Match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local.
Umpired that game. And Ben McGlynn was still coaching at St Kilda at the time. So he was in pretty good nick. Lindsay not so much, but they combined. And I think they almost got Surrey Park over the line, which was probably one of the upsets of the year, given Donvale's dominance. But enough of us talking about the last time we were here. We're here now in the current day and at the moment. And it's a full action-packed day for the Panthers. They've got their past players function indoors. Their under-19s knocked off Roeville, and they're going very well in the Premier Division. Surrey Park goes East Burwood in the under-19s. And their girls, unfortunately, I think went down to Knox in a pretty good game. And at the moment, the reserves taking on Forest Hill. And the ground's looking not too bad. A few heavy spots, as to be expected. And the turf square, though, is not as bad as it has been in recent history, which is good to see.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a little patch in the middle, as you said, a glue pot in the middle, and there's probably a couple in the respective forward lines as well, but not too bad. I think it's held up reasonably well. Probably fortuitous that we haven't had as much rain as we expected over the last few days. Yeah,
it's gotten better each day, hasn't it, Spider?
And that's because it has, and that's probably just because of where the traffic has probably been from genuine training drills too. So basically where you do your corridor training and do most of your lane work and other spread out drills. So that's where the ground's probably taken most impact. But I think generally pretty good. I think most grounds will suffer a little bit of effect of the weekend, but and the weather. But I think a lot of games today are going to be won and lost by conditions in dealing with rain and wind.
Absolutely, and it's held up very well considering it's one of the few grounds with the turf we get. But enough about this one. We will build up to that after the 2 o'clock mark. Let's jump into Premier Division, and there's a couple of big games. And let's start just close by to here, Bowen hosting Doncaster, and two sides that have really upped their game since the little hiatus we had. The Tigers went from averaging 10 goals to game to averaging 17 in the last 2 weeks. Obviously, Charlie Haley kicked 10 last week. But Chris Pendlebury's probably been key to them. He's returned to the side and had 2 very, very dominant performances, Damo.
That's right, and he's been a stalwart for that club for a while now, ever since he came across from, I think it was a Collingwood VFL side obviously. Going back 8 or 9 years. So such an experienced stalwart, and that's always going to be a great asset. And Charlie Haley, as you said, 10 goals. Gee, he can light it up, can't he? We saw that on a number of occasions. I remember back in 2019 when we went out to a couple of Bowen games, and such an opportunistic goal stick.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Bowen is they score really quickly. We spoke to Rocket a few weeks ago on FNL Sunday, and he felt that it was almost time that they had to push the button and start to get going because they had so many slow games out of the box. But the last few weeks they've been really burning the ground running from the outset, and I think that's a real positive sign. Just on the Doncaster side of things for today, if they can defend well and prevent Baldwin from getting first hands on the ball through the midfield, and they've really improved in some of those key areas, Doncaster, in recent times, getting a couple of wins, then they'll be really competitive, I think. But I do lean towards Baldwin at home being able to get a victory. But it's not beyond the possibility of Doncaster taking it every step of the way, and pretty much right to the end of the match today for an outcome and result to be determined.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of Doncaster, if we talk about Baldwin obviously stepping it up going forwards, they've done the opposite. Defensively, before the break, they were conceding over 100 points. In the last 2 weeks, they're averaging about 30. Obviously, we spoke to Stewie Kempman before the lockdown on EFNL Sunday, and he spoke about the fact that they're finally able to train on their home ground, their main ground, which means they can probably put into their structures in place, better, obviously on the same dimensions, because that bottom ground's not quite as big, and it's shown in the last 2 weeks, keeping Doncaster, East and Norwood to under 40 points. And then you speak about the players that have improved. Tom Vanderhaar kicked 4 goals last week and had about 8 marks. He's out, unfortunately, today with Chris Anarkis, but Kane Hendon, who's a Surrey Park boy, is gone there this season, and he's going pretty well. 20 disposals in the last 2 weeks and taking a lot of marks as a wingman. Nick Kempy, who's a recruit from, I believe, the Gold Coast. Yeah, he's doing very well off half-back. And Jack Mahon, the big boy, he's a big, bulky midfielder, and he's been averaging about 30 touches all year.
Starting to play a lot better. Yeah, look, I mean, he's had a lot of talent over a long period of time, but just starting to find his way in senior football, I think. Just starting to have that confidence and that self-belief, and he's a confidence player. And when he's up and running, he's very hard to stop. He's a damaging sort of player. He's got that size about him, and he can get the ball, and he basically and has good skills. So I think it's a big game, but wouldn't be surprised if Doncaster pinch it. But I think you'd have to tip Baldwin at home, and they'll go on their way, because if they can pinch that 4th spot, gee, that would be a great finals clash if Baldwin had to go up against the might of Vermont in that first week.
Just with Tom Vanderhaar, sorry if I'm slow on the uptake, is he related to Paul Vanderhaar?
I believe
my understanding,
so.
yes, yeah, son.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, and
I know he's from this area.
And they've got a few, because obviously Schimmelbusch been there as well. So
Dippier Domenico's son used to play
Dipper
there.
did play there
I
after.
thought he played a ball.
So Dylan's done a bit. He did the whole circle pretty much. So he was played his juniors at Baronia, and even had a stint at Wantirna South, and then came across to East Burwood, and then went to Baldwin, and then finished up at Doncaster, where he was even an administrator for a short period of time there as well.
An administrator, there you go.
He was a secretary, playing secretary, would you believe it?
There's a couple of them out there, I'd say. There's a couple of playing secretaries. You'll often see that the female contingent, so the girls that are playing either girls footy or netball, do a lot more work on the committee than the boys, who probably reap more benefits. So maybe in the future we'd like to see a few of the boys give back. But then again, having met some of the guys in the Eastern Football Netball League spot, I wouldn't trust them with my admin. But yeah, and Stewie Kempman, I think, obviously he was under pressure after 2019, where they had to forfeit some twos games and they just stayed up. And then this year they were rooted to the bottom. To now get 3 wins in a row. He is known for his defensive setup. Berwick won back-to-back flags under him, pretty much just shutting teams out. So expect that one to be interesting up at Cherry Road, but I think we're all sort of leaning towards Baldwin with the firepower they've got and the form they're in.
Yeah.
Now, a big game that our man Davis Harrigan is currently out at is Norwood and South Croydon, and it's a special occasion for the whole league and the community, but especially the Norwood Football Club and Jamie Bennell, where they will be doing their Indigenous jumper. So, yeah, as I said, Jamie's brainchild, he originally wanted to get it done last year, but obviously with COVID, no football was played, and it's designed by Crystal Petrevsky, who's the cousin of Sam Petrevsky-Seaton, and is also plays for Melbourne AFLW, and she also designed Melbourne AFLW's Indigenous jumper this year. The jumper itself, you can find photos of it on the website, on our social media, and some slides that Jamie and the crew had made up, which explain what each part of the jumper means. So there's parts that represent Jamie's journey from WA to Victoria, Twiston Tweedy, who's also Indigenous from Norwood, his tribe, the Wurundjeri people, and then there's also some boomerangs and some other things that it's quite interesting, and I probably can't do it justice. So if you do want to find out more, head to efnl.org.au or to our Instagram, Facebook or Twitter, where you can find some more information about that. But more importantly for Norwood, Spider, it's a massive game because, as you said, we're all expecting Baldwin to get the win, which will be their 5th for the year, and if Norwood slip up today against South Croydon, that means Baldwin should jump them into 4th on the ladder.
Well, absolutely, and it's a massive challenge because early in the season, Norwood played at home in a big game against Baldwin and got up on their home ground. So,
but then lost to Netball Park just a couple of weeks later
correct.
at the same venue.
So it's a really important game for not only for the players but in the coach Marty Pass to go into this game to build some confidence and take on a team like South Croydon, who we know have just been in outstanding form. And there's good matchups everywhere in this game. I mean, there's going to be the ruck clash, which will be really important between Wynn and King. We'll have if you go down to the forward line, a guy like Rhett Jordan who can we know he can just take a game apart, within a couple of minutes of it and really turn it on its head if he really needs to. There's going to be interesting to see who takes those responsibilities for South Croydon. Will it be a Dylan Marshall? Will it be Warren? There's so many scenarios at play there. So, look, South Croydon will do their homework. Marcus Bazeka always does, and he's one of those guys. He's got that much experience in these type of games, and they'll be very wary because the conditions at Mullen can be tricky at times. And if the ball goes on the one side of the ground, particularly the far side of the ground, it can be sometimes hard to get the ball back into the corridor where you need to. So the rebounding the footy. So Nord will know how to play that game today. They'll want to play a lockdown sort of game at times to make South Croydon really work. They know that they connect really well. So the challenge is for South Croydon to be able to break the shackles at a period of time in that game and then go forward like we know they can and kick goals and score and try and put one on a winning margin, and try and get that gap on a couple of those other teams that are breathing down their neck on the ladder. So big game. I'm actually I'm going for South Croydon to win this game, but I think this could be a last kick of the day sort of affair if it plays to the script that it's that it could. So I wouldn't be surprised if Norwood could get it done, but it's going to come down to guys like Maloney in the midfield, having an impact in the game for the whole of the game and not going in and out of the game. And we know what sort of midfield that South Croydon have. They have a lot of good players. They bat really deep, so always in readiness for a big game. And Bernal as well. I mean, we know what sort of damage he's done. When he can get the footy as well. So and Tweedy as well. He's had a really good year. So big game, and I think South Croydon will just get there. But I was really tempted to tip Norwood. I must have, because if they can win this one, that ladder really opens up.
I'm going with the Bulldogs here. It's interesting. They've had a pretty consistent year so far. They haven't played too many games, or even just in general too many bad quarters. They've been quite a consistent outfit. It's interesting you mentioned the ground spider. It can get windy out there. There's a little bit of a breeze today. It can get windy out at Mulla Reserve in my experience. That could be an influential factor.
Well, that's what I meant by playing.
It'll be windy everywhere today.
True, but there are some grounds more than others, depending on the sea level, depending on the various trees around
East
the ground.
Burwood, I doubt that the grandstand will be standing up today. Such would be the strength of the wind out there at Rams Arena. But no, it will be windy today. I think I was out there on Thursday night, obviously, to talk to Jamie. The ground's actually in pretty good nick, which is not often, can sometimes not be said of Norwood's home.
In the middle of the year.
Yeah, it had a record going back almost 10 years of being a bit like Kings Park, a bit of a mud pit, which was probably not the best for sides that wanted to compete at the top flight. I think it's interesting because South Croydon, they've had 2 losses, but they've pretty much only played 3 bad quarters all year. They lost to Vermont, but faded out in the last quarter. It was actually, I think scores pretty much even at 3/4 time. And then against Netball Park, they had a shocking first half and then almost overturned the Bulls in the second half. So outside of that, they've been pretty faultless. Their strength, they're recruiting blokes that are probably lesser known Box Hill players. There's no big hurrah about the likes of Jordan Walker and so when they come, and Nick Evans, who's having a great year.
He's having a good year.
But they're all putting together great seasons, as we've just said, and I still think South Croydon are a premiership threat. But I did tip Norwood at the start of the year to finish 3rd, and this is the kind of game they have to win after dropping that one to Doncaster. So as Spider said, it's going to be one of those ones that it really intrigues right to the wire. But I think the emotion of the Indigenous jumper, being there on Thursday night, obviously it means a lot to Jamie. And, so basically what happened was the main hurdle, as is written on the website, the main hurdle was the cost, because Norwood already have a clash jumper. So they would be putting up a 3rd jumper, which, as we know, can be quite costly because you'd have to get a certain number made in case someone gets injured or so on. But the players subsidise it. So Jamie sent out a message in the group chat or WhatsApp or whatever they use down in Norwood and said, look, this is what we want to do, but we need the guys. You're probably going to have to pay for your jumper, and they all did it. So it's cost effective. And then in the end, they had such interest after the release of it yesterday that they're going to sell some. So you
probably
can
make their money back.
well, they're going to, and some, because you can order them in any size. So I've already seen some comments on their social media. A couple of people asking to get, smaller ones for their kids and other stuff. So look, it's a great initiative, and I'm really hopeful that next year they won't be the only club doing it, and we can start to push an Indigenous round and really build it. And hopefully, for Norwood's sake, they can be the pioneers of it, and hopefully someone like a South Croydon jumps on, because they're always interesting clashes.
Well, it'd be good if they can play a particular team and recognise that
dream
day.
time, a bit of a dream time feel in the east, and especially the way grounds are going with lights. We could have our own dream time at Mullen, which is obviously quite a place for the Indigenous community.
It's a good education, I think, for the community here, because often when you think of the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, you don't think of a high Indigenous population.
No, well, that was something Jamie and I spoke about. There's other than Jamie, and then obviously Tristan Tweedy, who I didn't know was Indigenous until Thursday night. You wouldn't be able to name that many Indigenous players in the Eastern Football Netball League, which is both applied on us for not knowing it, but probably also applied on the fact that, either clubs, there's not connections, because, I can't remember how many considering how many Indigenous players play football, the fact that there's not many in the Eastern Football Netball League probably does need to be looked at, doesn't it? And we need to try and create relationships with those communities.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it speaks to the population as well in the general area. I think it's great for the broader population. That's a great
to be educated.
Sport is. Yeah, sport does provide that education in a way that probably other areas like politics doesn't.
No.
People have an interest in sport. I'm not trying to begrudge politicians, but I'm just saying that's realistically the case.
Well, and that was Jamie's thing. He doesn't want this to be a sort of, look at us, we're great. He wants on the weekend, he wants South Croydon fans today to ask questions like, what does that mean? And, why are you wearing this jumper? And hopefully he can educate, because as he said, at schools, they're getting better, but at schools, up until recently, when you were taught history, you didn't learn anything about the Indigenous community.
Yeah. And you get a sense too.
You've only, when he left school 10 so years ago, which is pretty disappointing.
Yeah, and Benell looks like he's a player and a person that he sees that football club now as his home.
Yeah, he's very proud of it.
Yeah, and he's going to stay there for a long time, and he's now engaged in that community. So, and he'll be involved for as long as he can be, and so he sees that long-term prospect for this to work. So I think it's really outstanding that he's taken on that work, and he's doing everything he can for Norwood Football Club to ensure that they deliver a good outcome and a good good day today.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got great connections as the Indigenous representative for the AFLPA. But we better move on. We could talk about that all day. Just quickly before we wrap up our Premier Division segment, Noel Park and Berwick. So we are a few of us on this panel at the moment, just myself, saw Noel Park take on Berwick out at Berwick back in round one, and it was an absolute thriller. Berwick probably should have won that game. They had all the momentum in the last quarter, but couldn't kick straight. It's a danger game for the Bulls, who they lost the ball, and obviously where Baldwin kicked, I think, the first 7 goals of the game. They then smacked North Ringwood last week, but that was expected. Berwick themselves coming off a tough loss to South Croydon. It's an interesting one. I think it's the second chapter, though, of a budding rivalry, given that, Berwick and Noel Park, they're definitely the closest neighbours for Berwick. And they sort of play a similar style of footy where they dominate the midfield and sort of sit numbers behind the footy, because they really lack a key forward, both sides. Yeah,
they can't afford to drop this one, the Bulls. They really need to get to work today and make sure that they build on some momentum. They regathered last week after dropping that game against the Ball a few weeks ago. I think they'll be able to do it. Berwick, they'll be very competitive, I think, for the bulk of the game, but in the end, I just think the Bulls at home are a little bit too strong.
Yeah, I'm going with the Bulls as well. It is a developing rivalry, isn't it? Given they are relatively close. They'd be them probably the other. Them
and Rover would be like a little 3-way sort of love triangle, wouldn't it?
Around Dandenong in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. And you never know with that growth area, there could be a number of clubs popping up anywhere. So it is a bit of an area to watch. But yeah, very very interesting game, I think. Kyle Martin's obviously been in dominant form, averaging 47.5 disposals over the last 2 weeks.
Sketcher as well.
How consistent has Kyle Martin been over the last few years? It's absolutely unbelievable.
Been incredible, and obviously if he's such a passionate man that sometimes he can give his 2 cents to the umpires. If he stops doing that, he might have a couple more Chandlers. But fortunately, we're closing in on a break, so I think we're all leaning towards Noel Park there, but it is one to watch, and we will give you some scores throughout the day. Blackburn and North Ringwood, we expect the Burners to get the job done there, and they have to, because they're well behind the 8 ball
now. The only thing on that is that if Baffy is not playing,
he isn't playing,
and we can confirm that, that does cause a little bit of a concern on their avenues to goal.
So Hammond back, but now Bathy's out. Yeah, Matt Day was impressive last week, I thought.
He was, but it's just that you one in, one out. It just doesn't do all. It makes the forward line a little bit dysfunctional.
They've played well without him before.
I think it won't bother them today, but it is something for the future. They do probably need both of them playing well to go as deep as they went in 2019.
And they do play their home ground particularly well. Look, North Ringwood, they've got to go there and they've got to respond after what was a pretty disappointing effort last week. And you just got to get back on the horse and go again. And they've travelled some sides away from home, so like Vermont in the past few weeks. So you never know, but I think Blackburn will get the points.
Absolutely. And then Doncaster and Vermont. This is one Doncaster East have been wanting to host. They want to take down the big boys. It's been a sort of a weird year for Doncaster. He started really well, but only got the one win, then had a couple of real wobbly weeks, and then lost to Doncaster last week. They're still not out of danger for relegation, although it looks like North Ringwood are the favourites to go down, Damo. And then for Vermont, just for those heading out to the game, if you are listening, you can't enter off Blackburn Road, so take the Saxonwood Avenue entrance because weather. I assume that dirt road's a bit dangerous at the moment. But I think we're all going to go with Vermont. We saw them last week. They're pretty good.
But, John's not playing.
No, John's his name.
There's still got a bit... obviously, we've got to make sure that he's okay ankle-wise.
So I think the issue there, I think they sort of assessed the situation and thought there's no point us risking further damage given they were in front of the game, that they were going to be in the top 4 regardless of the result.
Yep.
But I think if it was a final, he would have played.
Okay. So Vermont will win. They'll get the job done.
Yeah,
but I think Doncaster East might make them, really earn it.
Yeah, they play that ground well.
Yeah.
They do play that ground well. Great first segment, gents, always is. On the other side of this, we will talk about Division 1 and the big clash between Park Orchard and East Ringwood. We hope you're enjoying the build-up to Surrey Park and Forest Hill here on the SEN app, Facebook and YouTube.
All right, thanks for that, guys. So that's just a 4-minute break, and then we're back after that.
Can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do?
Yeah, I've been able to listen to it. He sounds a little distant. The levels are good. He just sounds a bit distant. All right. Mike's on.
Yes, you're on the SEN app, EFNL Facebook or YouTube, and you're listening to Eastland EFNL Game Day as we build up to all the action from Surrey Park and Forest Hill, 2nd versus 3rd in Division 4. Matthew Fody here with Matt Spiderlee and Damien Watson. Pre-game, we've done Premier Division. Let's jump into Division 1, and look, I'll be honest, there was a bit of controversy this week when the post went up and it said, look, the match of the round today will be Surrey Park Forest Hill, because uproar, Damo, from the Park Orchard and East Ringwood faithful. Uproar, Spider, that we weren't out there. And to be fair, it was our original plan.
Yes.
But of course, Park Orchard's Domini Reserve still undergoing construction on the new room. So we had to go to Stinton. So we sent our man Leroy out there last Sunday to check out Stinton's Reserve, Lee Green from EFNL Media, to see if there was...
finding mission he was
Well,
on.
he went down there to see, one, if we had a vantage point, which was iffy, would have been quite ground levelly. 2, we needed internet. Now, you need a certain level of internet to produce such a product that we do at the moment.
Social media, you basically run it from here.
Well, exactly. Unfortunately, we were touch and go to even get audio up, let alone actual vision. So, yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't do that game because it's quite clearly the match of the round across all 5 divisions. So we went to our second one, which was Surrey Park and Forest Hill, which I'm sure will deliver the goods. But those two sides, they're 1 and 2. Park Orchard's on top over East Ringwood just on percentage. They're 2 games ahead of Croydon and Mooroolbark in 3rd and 4th. They're the best 2 sides so far this year by an absolute margin. Park Orchards are the Harlem Globetrotters of Division 1. They just kick massive scores. They've kicked 17 goals or more in their last 5 games. Connor Hickey's kicked 24 for the year, including 2 bags of 4 in a row in the last few weeks. Kane Keppel's having a great year. I think he's been in the best almost 75% of the time, kicking around 20 goals. And then on East Ringwood's side of things, been a lot better defensively than the Sharks. And they're starting to build into it. They're starting to get their groove going forward, starting to get over 100 points more consistently. And even though last week they only won by 3 goals against Wanty South, they had 50 inside 50s to 27, but Wanty South kicked 15 goals for. So if you want to beat East Ringwood, you've got to kick bloody straight. So, look, honestly, Stinton's Reserve is where Park Orchards have lost their only game for the year against Croydon, and East Ringwood have a good record, having beaten Croydon twice. It's honestly a tough one to pick. I'm personally leaning towards East Ringwood because I think they're the premiership favourite at the moment. I think they've got all facets of the ground covered. I worry about Park Orchards defensively. I feel like they've got a lot of good, skillful attacking players and might not have that balance. But look,
they leak in terms of accountability, do they defensively?
I just think looking at the players on the list, we haven't seen them yet, so it's all just going off highlights and stuff. But I just look at the players on the list, and they seem like a lot of good attacking talent. But I'm not sure about the guys that will just do the role. Whereas you look at East Ringwood, you got guys like Chris Cherney, knows what he's doing. Dale Walker has been recruited from South Croydon, knows how to just do a shutdown role. And they got some other young guys like Daniel Batira and stuff that are able to swing around. I just think East Ringwood might have a few more players that can do the dirty work. But look, we'll find out today.
I'm going to go with Park Orchards here, Spider. I must admit, I think they, at home, they know that ground well at Stinton's by now during this part of the season. I think they can rise to the occasion. This is going to be a big test for them in their character and what their capabilities are for finals time as well. If they can stand up to the pressure against a big, high-quality opponent. So this is going to be a test for them, but I think they can lift based on that occasion.
Yeah, look, I think I'm looking more at East Ringwood, to be honest. Over the last month or so, I've just been really impressed at the way they've gone about their footy. They are scoring. I think ever since they played that game against Mitcham, they've really put a flag in the ground and basically said that they're a real contender and they're scoring.
Well, the Mitcham game, spoke to Ben Osborne after it. So they kicked, I think Mitcham were at, it was only 20 points, but you watch the highlights and there was a lot of East Ringwood dominance just not on the scoreboard. And he said they kicked, I think it was like 8-15 that day or something like that. And they kicked, he said they were missing shots from 28 metres out directly in front. And he thought, oh no, we're going to fluff this. And then blokes would pull something out of the proverbial and kick a 45-metre banana.
Yeah.
And I think since then they must have done a lot more goal kicking practice or something because they've turned into a better side going forward.
They have, and I think they're just using the ball a lot more efficiently when they bring the ball into that forward line area. And I think when you look at guys like Waitman, Ballo, Mundy is just having a great year.
Replaced Andrew Renton.
He has
magnificently.
And we know how good Renton was, but Mundy is a young player. And sometimes that can be a lot of high risk. You're bringing a player into the club and you're saying, well, what's he going to give us? Is he going to make immediate impact? But from the people that I've been talking to in recent weeks, they've been really impressed with his natural growth in the last, particularly in the last 4 to 6 weeks. They think he's really showed some fast-tracking signs and becoming a real prominent player in their lineup. And he's a player that you can really build a side around for the future. So I think Mundy really holds one of the keys to today's contest, to be honest. And, as we just said, some of those other players like Walker's having a great year since coming across from South Korea.
And the young players, so Jackson Weatherall, I think he's in the Eastern Rangers side today, but Marcus Kane's played Eastern Rangers, he's back.
He was in the squad for Vic Metro as well last week. The under
Kane or Weatherall?
Weatherall.
Very good player as a key defender. And then they've got Saif Ali, who's not playing at the moment. He's actually played so well for East Ringwood, he's gone the other way. And he's playing for Rangers. So, yeah, I'm with you. 2-1 at the moment, but Damo, Damo on EFNL Sunday tomorrow, he'll come in with a big grin on his face, Spider, and rub it into us. And unfortunately, one player who won't have a big grin on his face is Aaron Mullett. He's out for the rest of the season with an AC injury, shoulder, and that's massive for Mooroolbark, who take on Wantirna South today at the Devil's Lair, or whatever you call the Devil's Home. Hell. Well, the Walker Park, yes. It's a big chance for Wantirna South to make a move on the top four. So Mooroolbark are probably the most vulnerable in there, given their injury list. But Wantirna South still 2 games behind. But this is a chance. They need to beat them and probably beat Croydon once or twice in the run home. But the Devils have been better since we saw them back in round 1. They put some impressive performances together at home, and obviously that last win over Mitcham where they just belted them in the first quarter and held on. So, and Marcus Jordan's kicked 10 goals in 2 weeks, and I believe he was best on ground, if my memory is correct, back in 2017 grand final. So he's been a big one. Yeah. If they can win today, they're still in the race. The Devils, if they lose today, put a line through them, and only Montrose could possibly step in.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And the one thing about Wantirna South, when you go down to their home ground, you're always in for a tough encounter. They'll really make you earn it. And if they can defend well, and I think that's what Steve Cochran said on FNL Sunday a few weeks ago, they've really turned the corner in the past month when things were looking a bit doom and gloom for them, and there was a bit of uncertainty. But he's played a few more kids. He hasn't been afraid to drop some players back to the reserves. He's brought some younger players into the team. He's tweaked a few things, the way that the game style has worked and from an operation perspective. So I think from there, the way that they're heading, I'm actually going to lean towards them now, knowing that Mullett is out of there. And I know one thing, a couple of those Wantirna South boys will be down there on the couches, and they're probably listening to this pre-game because they were getting into me saying that I hadn't really given them much credit in recent times.
It's a very parochial joint.
They are very parochial down there, so I will go to the Devils today. I think they'll get up, but that's a massive loss to their premiership aspirations, Mooroolbark, if they haven't got Aaron Mullett.
Yeah, and does that probably speak to the potential that they're a little bit one-dimensional going forward? Do they have enough depth in that forward line? I still think they've got the capabilities midfield-wise to create enough opportunities inside there.
Marcus Baxter's injured at the moment too, and he'd been kicking some goals. I think the thing about Mullett was I think they would have, in an ideal world, played him a bit like Dusty, start at the centre mounts and roll forward. But yeah, once they had injuries in the midfield, he had to go to the midfield, then they weren't kicking goals, so he had to go back to the forward line. Yeah, it's a hard one. I'm with Spider. I think the Devils are going to get it today at home. They're hard to beat there. They're starting to build, and the Mustangs are vulnerable. The other games in Division 1, Bayswater host Croydon in what Croydon should win quite comfortably. Lilydale and Montrose, that's a 5:30 p.m. start. So if you do at the LSO, it'll be -2 by the time that game starts. But if you do fancy going out there and
encourage that for sure.
Absolutely, freezing yourself off. Last time they played, it was a night game at Montrose, and Lilydale almost pinched it. So they'll be eyeing this off, and for Montrose, have to keep winning if they're any chance of making finals. They're only 1 game behind Mooroolbark.
It's a sneaky chance, aren't they?
So they'll be keeping an eye on that game. And Mitcham host Upper Gully. A big show for Mitcham. They've swung the changes, 6 in, 6 out. I don't think they're going to make finals, and I think if you told them before the season that they were going to finish 7th, they would have taken it.
But it's a good start.
But now that they're close, they want to try and make it. I don't think they can, but they'll need to put a big score on the board and get some momentum back.
Yeah, they're going to have to take someone down on the way home as well. So
probably 2 or 3, really.
But 6 changes is a lot. But
Neil Winterton's done his hamstring again, I believe. Jesse Cherry's gone to the snow, which is obviously he's read the writing on the wall and said finals isn't an option. There's a couple other guys I think that might be injured. Benjamin Joseph's coming back through the 2s today, returning from injury. But they're getting Joshua May, I think it is, back from Port Melbourne. He's meant to be an absolute star.
That's a good asset for them too. Yeah.
Division 2. Now, this division, obviously, with only 8 teams and only 5 sides really going for the finals, means that some weekends can be boring and other weekends like this one can be massive. And there's two big games. It's the Basin and Boronia and Ringwood and South Belgrave. Now, Ringwood and South Belgrave looks like a possible grand final matchup, to be honest, the way South Belgrave have been playing in recent times. I think the Basin are starting to wane the tiniest of margins. They won't miss finals, but I think they're waning a little bit, whereas the Saints are building whilst Ringwood look way too good at the moment. Tim Jones comes back for Ringwood and he adds polish and leadership. No Tim Smith for South Belgrave. He's out because he wore metal studs last weekend, so just the 1 week. And it could be a big difference in this clash. But South Belgrave will have good memories of Jubilee Park, Damo, of course, winning the premiership there in 2019.
Against the Waverley Blues.
But to be honest, I don't think having no Tim Smith's that bad for South Belgrave, because the fact that the straight knockout means that finishing second and third means nothing. All you want, the only benefit you can get out of that is you avoid Ringwood. So, and it's the same in this division. We'll talk about it later. So if I'm South Belgrave, I'm almost pleased Tim Smith's not playing because Ringwood don't see him. So if they get close to Ringwood, and then Ringwood all year are thinking, oh, geez, they get Smith back, they might get us. And then even if they roll them with no Tim Smith,
tactically,
that's the thing. Because there's no double chance. There's no double chance. Finishing second and third, who cares? There's no difference.
Also, even without him, they've shown...
Well, they've got plenty of options.
That's what I'm going to say. That they have a propensity of goal kickers, a propensity to have a number of goal kickers, a multitude of options going forward, and that's been exemplified a number of times this season, in fact, over the last few years. So I don't think it's going to hurt them too much.
I think it'll be an exciting game, but I think Ringwood are very good defensively, the way they read. They push up on sides and also move quite well. We saw that at Jubilee Park a couple of weeks ago. So it would be interesting to keep an eye on those scores. The other one spotted, the Basin and Boronia. This is it for Boronia. They lose today, I think they're done.
This is a grand final for them,
if they lose today, they'll be 3 games behind third place Heathmont, given we expect Heathmont to beat Templestowe. Yes. And if South Belgrave, even if South Belgrave lose, they'll be 2 games behind the Saints, and South Belgrave have the second best percentage in the division. So it's basically 3 games for Boronia to catch up regardless.
Didn't many of us tip them for the flag?
Well, we did. Smaller ground will suit them because they're bigger bodies, and the Basin, obviously, Batterham's a smaller ground. But the Basin, you can't score against them at Batterham. So, honestly, Matt Clark, if he pulls something out of the hat here, it'll be another masterpiece. But at the moment, all signs are looking towards the Basin killing the Hawks off.
I'd have to say that. I just think Boronia they haven't got players in form. The form line at the moment.
Well, I think their leading goal kicker is still Jared Rutherford, and he hasn't played since the lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about them is they're just leaking goals. And through the midfield, they are having real problems. They are just not winning at clearance. People that I know that are watching Boronia play on a regular basis,
and they need to win clearances
problems
because they don't have the speed.
Correct.
So it's going to be interesting.
It comes to more than just speed, though, as well. Sometimes it's efficiency going forward and various other things. I mean, when you're in the position that you are in, as Boronia are in now, it comes to more than just one aspect. I think there are quite a multitude of aspects at this point that are hurting their game. When
we saw them, Matt Clark spoke about the fact that the Base and Boronia play pretty similar game style. They get numbers back in defence, and it's sort of move as one. There's not like this sort of, 3 key forwards and so on. It's sort of you move in a wave and you drop back in a wave and you work as one big unit. The Basin can, with Basin's youth and speed, if they do stuff it up by foot, they usually have enough speed to recover and apply the pressure. Boronia, he openly said they don't have that. So they need to be very good by foot, because if they turn it over, they'll get caught. The Basin's speed can make up for that inefficiency on occasion. So I reckon Batterham will suit Boronia by the fact that there's less room for them to have to cover. If they do turn it over, it will be easier to plug the gaps.
Still suits the home side, though.
Yeah, because it's their home ground, and I don't think they've lost. They haven't lost there, and teams are struggling to score. South Belgrave only kicked 4 goals there early in the year, and we know how good they are going forward. So, yeah, it's a dangerous game.
Basin for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The other 2 games, Templestowe and Heathmont, which you'd expect Heathmont to be
do that comfortably.
They're going pretty well after their win over Boronia last week. And then, of course, Knox and Mulgrave. So it's Knox's 50th anniversary gala. Now, I'm pretty sure that it was meant to be last year and was put off, like many things. And that's actually started now. It started 30 minutes ago. So we'll quickly try and get a score update.
You know who the only AFL player that I'm aware of that's come out of Knox?
Go on.
Brett Moyle, former St Kilda player.
Right. Well, no score update from Knox yet. Did he really?
Yeah, he played junior footy at Knox.
You know more, Spot, or anything from any? What are the famous names out of Knox in your time?
I was just trying to think.
I know some players, ex-players, have come to Knox. Brendan Whitecross.
There's been a few.
Tyson Lane was a
Tyson Lane.
he was a coach for a season.
He was very short time there. Very short time. a player that was around the club for a very long time and was held in really high regard was Paul Treadray, who played it for them in a couple of those final series, and he was really good. I mean,
just going back to 07, that
yes,
famous grand final
against South Coronado Spurs. That was one of the most remarkable grand finals that you want to see. We had the scores level at the end of game, end of what would have been end of extra time. We still had the scores level.
Yeah, that's right.
And we get to go for a second lot of extra time, and we ended up getting a result finally just because of a turnover.
And they played on what looked to be a beach out at Eastfield. There was very... Brash was complaining about the sand at Vermont last week. The sand at Eastfield that day, looking back on the footage, it was up to their shins. Yeah, players would have been coming off with sand in the unmentionables, Damo. If you had a cut leg, you can think about when sand gets in like a scar. Oh, it would have been horrible. We will have to. We need to probably get a couple of those guys on a podcast during the off season and just dive into that game into more depth. But yeah, Knox been a great club for years gone by. Under a little bit of a transition at the moment, but they'll be back sooner rather than later. Time for another break here on EFNL Game Day. On the other side of this, we'll talk all things Division 3, and then we will build up to Division 4 here at Surrey Park as they take on Forest Hill in the EFNL Match of the Day. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us on the SEN app, EFNL Facebook and EFNL YouTube, because you're here with us at the Panther Pit for Surrey Park and Forest Hill on Eastland EFNL game day. That action is just under an hour and away, so in the meantime, we're going to build up to all the action across the eastern suburbs with myself, Matthew Fodia, Damien Watson and Matt Spider-Lee. And so far, we've done the top 3 divisions. Confused myself there. I was going to say the top 2 because the Premier Division always throws me off. Yeah. So we're going to launch in Division 3, which is shaping up as quite an interesting one, of course, for Spider. And we're going to give him a clean run at the Rams, who got a good win last weekend and have got a big game this weekend.
Against their neighbours too.
Exactly. But before that, we will talk about Ferntree Gully and the Waverley Blues. This is a big game for both sides. The Gully coming off their second loss of the year. They've lost both times to Warrandyte and funnily enough only scored 69 on both occasions. Michael Topp plays his 100th game and it's taken about 13 years. He's a former captain of the club. He's a current under-19 coach and a talented sportsman, of course. Kicked 100 goals back in his under-18 years, played a couple of games for Eastern Rangers, then stopped playing to follow cricket and then come back to the club. So well done to Michael today. Hopefully he can have a good day out. Knowing Michael, he won't enjoy these cold conditions. And last time they played each other, Waverley Blues really struggled to get into the game, but are getting better as the year goes on. I think both sides will want an open game, but Ferntree Gully might have an idea to maybe lock it down, given Don Vale's success against Waverley Blues.
Perfect day for Ferntree Gully to play a stoppage brand today and stop that Waverley run and carry and that switch that they love to do on the 45 kick, which they've done a couple of times this year and really upset some teams with it. But their performances have been a little bit inconsistent for me, Waverley Blues. You think they're going to deliver, and then they stumble the next week. And look, Ferntree Gully to me, they were disappointing last week, but I think they'll bounce back at home and get the points.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Ferntree Gully as well. You're quite right. I think this is a good platform for them to launch into the run home towards the finals, and ultimately they're going to need that momentum to carry forward through. I think it's very crucial to have a good sense of momentum coming into a final series, so they'll be aware of that. Yeah,
absolutely. And if they win today, Ferntree Gully, they will all but lock in top 4. And as we said before, 1, 2, 3 all mean nothing. Probably 4 is the only spot you don't want to end up because you probably don't want to play Warrandyte. But that division, Division 3, I think that along with Division 1 are the ones where finishing 4th isn't going to matter too much. I think anyone can beat anyone on their day. Same in Premier Division. It's only really Division 2 and Division 4 where there's a clear sort of prize for finishing in a certain spot, because you want to avoid, in Division 2, you want to avoid Ringwood. In this division, Division 4, you want to avoid Coldstream. But we're not talking about that division as of yet. The game that we're going to give Spider a fair run at is Glen Waverley and East Burwood. So East Burwood, we need the sweeper. East Burwood last week got a big win against Don Vale, so they jumped into 3rd on the match ratio, which will all sort itself out in the end. But at the moment, because of the uneven amount of games played, you will find match ratio in Premier Division and Division 3. So East Burwood are ahead of Waverley Blues, despite Waverley Blues having won more games, or the same number with better percentage. The Hawks, though, I think they can match anyone on their day. Central Reserve today will be an awful place to go because it's very open, so there'll be wind coming from every direction.
Trees around the ground.
It's a turf wicket as well. It's always heavy underfoot, so look, it could be an absolute slop out there today in terms of the momentum of play and the ball movement. And they've had a pretty close relationship in recent times, Spider. Obviously, when Glen Waverley were flying in Division 4, East Burwood was starting their rise. It's a wary time for East Burwood because they've done the hard work. They need to get this win again because they've still got Warrandyte, Ferntree Gully and Waverley Blues to come.
Yeah, there's been some really good clashes between the two teams after the last couple of years, without question.
Matt and I saw one, I remember, at Central Reserve a few years ago, and the rain was pelting down.
And I had the pink umbrella down. Max Wills. Is it Max Wills or Willis?
Max Wills.
He played as a centre-half forward and kicked 3 or 4 goals, and of course now he's a lockdown defender.
Well, he is, and he's having a really good year, actually, and he gives the Rams a lot of drive from that back half of the ground. And I think they've had a settled defence throughout the bulk of the season, and I think they've really improved as the year's gone on. Eddie Rixton's playing a really good brand of
he's
footy
an undersized
He's
defender,
undersized,
isn't he?
but he's one of those guys. He just gets the job done. He goes about his footy without fuss. Luke Brown's playing some pretty good footy. It's a milestone for him today, 100 games, former best and fairest winner from a couple of seasons ago. So, look, they're looking like they've got a pretty stable team at the moment. Not a lot of players coming in, not a lot of players going out of the side. So I think they're pretty happy with the way things are going. The one thing they need to do today is just to continue to work on that connection going forward and have that full-line pressure like they've had for a number of weeks now. So if they can do that and get some good traction out of that and get off to a good start today, they really can get on top early and get a win. But look, Glen Waverley Hawks will be really competitive, I think, in those conditions at their home ground, and you would expect no different. But it's a crucial couple of weeks for Eastfield because a win today, they've got the bye next week, and then they play the Waverley Blues, which really could turn out to be an 8-point game and really could determine whether you finish third or whether you finish fourth, as we've discussed a couple of minutes ago, where you want to finish. Do you really want to play Furniture Gully in the first week of the finals, or potentially even a Warrandyte, or even get yourself into a cutthroat semi-final situation, right on the run home? And we know Donvale have got Furniture Gully still to come in a couple of weeks' time as well.
And it'll be crucial to bank that win before the bye. I think if you come off a bye...
well, you don't want to be sitting on it for 2 weeks, do you?
And you can have the opportunity to reinvigorate yourselves ahead of a big game, which is what Eastbourne would have in mind going forward as well. So if they come into the bye with a bit of momentum, that'll be very crucial for them going forward with a tough run home.
Braden Barlow is out. Lewis Neat, though, has been filling the role quite handily. He's kicked 9 goals in 2 weeks.
He's been really good. I think he's filled the void quite exceptionally. Look, Barlow is a quality player in his own right, and I think he gives him a little bit more flexibility across that forward, but he just plays that role and plays it to a T at the moment. But I like them both in there working on that forward line together.
With the Glen Waverley forward line, how do you think Eastbourne would counteract that? Obviously, the Hawks have had Adam Abim for a few years, is that...
Well, what's he got? He's kicked 3 bags of 7 or more this year.
So
in a side that's only won 2.5 games, 3.5 games.
So do you double team him? Is it as simple as that?
Oh, no, I don't think they will. I think they just play their system. They've got a system that stacks up pretty well. And I think they'll just do what they normally do. One-on-one, they'll just play that system. And I think maybe Rixton might start there, and then they'll see how they go. If they have to move some magnets around to try and get the right matchup, then they'll do that accordingly.
Rixton would be the ideal one. I think they're made for each other because Amin's not that tall. No. And Rixton's not that tall. It's almost the perfect matchup, which will be weird for Rixton because he's usually undersized. So he might have to actually adapt his game and stop maybe sagging off to try and intercept. He might actually go, I'm going to actually bet you one-on-one. Adam Amin's one of my favourite players to watch in the comp when he's on, because he is sort of, you look at him and he's
punches above his weight, doesn't he?
You look at him and you look at him and you think, he can't be that quick. He might be strong one-on-one, but he's not that tall. And then he just finds pockets of space, and he's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Yeah, he is. He's a player to watch today.
Reflective of good footy now, so I think as well. When you don't have the prototype, attributes that you'd normally associate with a key forward, you do have to rely on your footy nous, and that's what he has.
Yeah, and like I said, Ed Rixton on the other hand has his footy nous as a defender, and is good for the future. Other games, Scoresby and Fair Park. Obviously, Fair Park so close last week to defeating Whitehorse. Whitehorse 8-2 to Fair Park 5-14 or 6-15 or something like that. It's heartbreaking for Fair Park that they can't get that win. Even now, if they go down, you do just want to get a win. They're 2 games behind Whitehorse now. Crucial for Whitehorse, they got that victory because they're playing Warrandyte. Scoresby Fair Park is at 5:30 p.m. So again, if you do want to, if you're a sucker for the cold, head out to Scoresby Recreation Reserve. And we know, Bruce, of course, and Lee will know very well that Scoresby, when it's cold and raining, it's one of the greatest places to be out there at Scoresby Recreation.
There'll be a lot of people in there.
Yeah, COVID regulations will be needing to be marshalled because there'll be a lot of people covering under one area. Yeah, Whitehorse and Warrandyte is the other game you'd expect. Warrandyte to get the job done. Ryan Phillips kicked a massive bag last time out.
Just on Scoresby, Christian Bardsley's a coach there, obviously. He played a lot of games at Waverley, I'm sure, in the wet and cold for St
Kilda.
Now,
that footage has been floating around on Eastfield socials because we've only got a couple minutes before we go to our break, and when we come back, we'll do Division 4 in this game and give it a good half an hour run at it. Spider, Eastfield, the anniversary is coming up from that 2000 premiere. Now, I've seen the footage at Waverley Blues now, Waverley Park. The footage so far I've seen is barely a crowd. Now, I'm sure there was a crowd, but it was all on the commentary side.
It was all on the members' side, yes.
Streaker.
Yes.
And he was getting into the milk crates with the water bottles. What's going on there? Edward at Arctic Park, and he's got all the kit off, Damo.
And the security were chasing him across the ground in the middle of the play, and they ran to the outer side. And
he's covered a good K to get out there because it's not a small ground, it's a massive ground.
Don't think they ever found him.
Really? Kept going.
he's probably living in Mulgrave now.
He's probably in that dam there across where the old car park used to be.
17th, so the 17th
There you go. I was about to give you a chance to plug it.
Saturday, the 17th of July. It's a big past players' day, which is including the 2000 premiership from the Colts, reserves and seniors.
Richo coming down.
Alan Richardson will be there.
Oh, brilliant.
Got nothing else on, does he?
Well, we're waiting on what Melbourne's doing.
No, he's in Melbourne, isn't he? Yeah.
He's the head of football at Melbourne, so he'll be there. Everyone will be there. It's the numbers are looking quite promising at the moment.
You'll be there as well, Spider, won't you?
I'll definitely be there. I was a team manager of the Colts in 2000.
Oh. Just the Colts. They had you running third fiddle.
Was that Greg Carazzo was playing?
Yeah, Andrew Carazzo played at that
What
team.
influence did you have in his career?
I don't think I had that much. Matty.
Told him to change his hairstyle, perhaps.
I think I just told him.
He got the absolute most out of himself. At, the music is playing here. We could talk about this all day. Thanks, Damo. Thanks, Spider. It's been a great pre-game once again. On the other side of this break, you'll be able to catch us still on the SEN app, still on Facebook and YouTube, as well as Radio Eastern 98.1.
Only 19 shots.
All right, thanks, guys. So it's just a 4-minute break, and then we'll be back after that. Yeah, much better, much better. Go ahead.
Else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
60 seconds.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Righto. The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes! Straight into...
10.
Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
It's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
It's a good time. It's a good time to come to the Panther pick, folks. It's second taking on third in this massive Division 4 clash. Surrey Park and Forest Hill. Thanks for joining us on the SEN app, EFNL Facebook or YouTube, and of course Radio Eastern 98.1. It's Eastland EFNL Game Day. Matthew Foddy here. Damien Watson's still by my side, and Ray Baird for the first time today joins us. Raymond, how are you braving the conditions?
Yeah, I know. I'm an old trooper, mate. I'll be here till the end. That's right.
You've seen plenty of local footy in your time. What's the coldest you've ever felt at a ground at local footy?
The coldest I've ever been. I can remember a game when I was doing stats at Bayswater. They were playing Montrose this day, and we used to do the stats from up in the little coach's box up there.
At Bayswater?
At Bayswater, and it was the coldest. Even with the radiator going in that room, it was the coldest I've ever been.
Well, we're meant to be getting an electric heater later on, actually. It's meant to be floating by. We haven't seen that come back yet.
What's your coldest, Matty?
Oh, coldest footy day. Well, obviously working in the Yarra Valley a couple of years back. You got some cold ones out there. I didn't travel too far. Wandon one day was actually quite hot. Out there, and because it's small ground and like the dry surface and just beating off. I can't remember the cold. Probably that Central Reserve day when it hailed in the pre-game and we had hailstones in their ankles.
That's right.
What about you?
I was with Braden Ingram, who's now at Channel 9, of course, on the boundary at Cherdside Park, and it was absolutely freezing out there.
Well, you no shelter from the wind out there at Cherney.
No shelter from anything out there at Cherney. There was a couple of times, obviously, East Burwood's quite a cold place to play.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been out to Cranbourne, Casey Fields, Beaconsfield Way, they can get cold out there as well.
I remember one day also when I was doing at Bayswater again, and they were playing East Burwood at East Burwood, and it rained all week, and it was as muddy as can be. And the final score, Bayswater won by 2 points. It was something like 1-6, and East Burwood didn't kick a goal.
Absolutely. Talking about this game, so it's a massive one. The other games in Division 4, unfortunately with Division 4, often there's one good game and three meh ones. Chernside Park play Kilsyth. That's the other interesting one. Chernside should win, but they need to boost their percentage because Sylvan have got them by percentage. Chernside's are in fourth on points, but Sylvan's percentage is better. So Chernside need to boost that percentage, and today's a chance against Kilsyth.
Well, just on the way those two sides have gone prior to today, who do you think is the better side, Matty?
It's hard to say. I think Sylvan on paper, and they only lost to Coldstream by 30 points last week, which is basically a win the way they're going. And then Chernside almost beat Forest Hill. Yeah. They've been heaps better in the last month. I think Chernside look like they're a bit better defensively. They kept Surrey Park to about 10 goals the other game. They beat Sylvan in a tight one.
Yeah.
I think Sylvan bottom six really struggle. Okay. So on a smaller ground, they'll beat sides because they've got the star power. I think they get found out on the bigger grounds. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It'll be good for Chernside. I don't think Chernside are worried about making finals. If it happens, it happens. It's an extra game to play. They need to just get everything right. Again, they can't rush themselves.
Do you think they'll have the sentimental support because of the years of struggle that they've endured through?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I don't know. I don't think you could ever dislike Chernside. It's a bit of like, I lived in Chernside for 10 years. It's just sort of in between Lilydale and Croydon and Mooraba, isn't it? Like, it's one of those suburbs.
That identity, but
that's what I mean.
I've always enjoyed, even going out to Kimberley Reserve. It has these little intricacies where there's no fence. Well, there used to be no wire on the fences there.
No. And as a kid who went down to watch, you'd pinch foot. Like my mate lives up the road. He's got about 10 Eastern Football League branded Sherrins because you kick a goal at that end and it runs off down. They do probably need a net there. They got the two grounds up to scratch though now because the club's actually probably been running off the women's for so long. Yeah. Like, they didn't win a senior game for 2 years, but the women's have gone from strength to strength. So obviously a pioneer of the women's game in the eastern suburbs. They've now got two sides. They play 6 games, I think, sometimes at Kimberley across the two grounds. They time it so that the senior women are actually the prime time game. I think Dyson Baker went out the other week. They played Blackburn, and he said there were more people watching the women's game than the men's game, just because of the quality of the game and the atmosphere. So look, they're doing that really well. They've got good junior numbers. I think they just need to get everything right before they try to shoot back up Because what was it? They had 6 years in Division 3 and they just couldn't break the finals.
It was just Michael weren't relegated.
And Michael King played there for years and kicked 60, 60, 60. He told me he never left the 50 in his time at Chirnside Park. But yeah, they had that period of trying so hard to make the finals and never quite getting in there.
I think, as you said, Damo, that they're everybody's sentimental team. Look, it's the same with their cricket. They struggle for years in cricket. Their cricket club has just had the best season. They played off in a grand final, didn't win it, but so they're on the go. And the new club rooms, the new nets, they've got all this sort of stuff.
And I think there's going to be like a little soccer pitch. It was definitely in the plans. Like that area, it is growing.
It deserves it because it's a huge growth area out there now.
Yeah, absolutely. People are moving further and further out to try and find somewhere.
Affordable housing.
Well, which will mean Sylvan eventually should get there. Eventually Sylvan will become part of the Metro. In 20 years, Sylvan will be that place we're talking about. They play Nuttawading. Troy Smith's 100th game. Sylvan, they're just going to try and pile on the scores. They need to get it. They need a win, obviously, and they should get it. But they'll want to keep boosting that percentage. Of course, Sylvan learnt the hard way that you need to boost your percentage because last year Surrey Park got them by a goal, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right.
In the final run in, and then Coldstream play Croydon North. The main story out of that is can Darcy Fritsch get closer to 100? He's on 64 at the moment. I think Chad's
been 75 today.
Mate, Chad's been playing him off the half-back flank on the wing. Just stick him in the square, get him to 100. When he gets close to 100, we're going to send someone there. We're going to get him run on the ground. We'll send Davis out there.
He'll take photos with the Frong, I think.
Absolutely. He doesn't, and as we know, Davis likes to stick on his one sort of road. So getting him to Mullum today was a fair bit of effort. Today's game is massive. Now it's not massive in terms of finals positions because they'll play each other in the semi-final. You would assume. But
you would think so.
Because they're both going to finish second or third. It doesn't matter who's on top. But it's not for sheep stations because they'll want to prove each other because Forest Hill won by 40 points first time round, so Surrey Park need to prove that they can beat them.
Yeah, I was looking back at those results, and 40 points. That was a big margin early in the season there, and I think Jake Rowe kicked 5 goals that day.
He did kick 5.
And
8 goals to 3 in the second half.
And he's going to be a key player.
He's been a stalwart, isn't he?
He's been a stalwart. He's left. He's gone to Canterbury. He's come back again. He's going to be a great player. But look, I just look at the. Forest Hill, as you said, they had a hit out last week against Chirnside, a really tough match. But then on the other hand, the Panthers, they played
Sylvan a couple of weeks ago.
M-Lock last week. And look, sometimes, you play... Nothing against M-Lock, but when you win by huge margins like that, I think that you've got to be very careful next week when you go out because you think, we're playing well, we're going to win this game easy as well, and you could get caught on the hop. So I think the first 15 minutes of this game is going to be very important, and Surrey Park cannot let Forest Hill get away with a couple of early goals.
Another Forest Hill player going well is Jack Barak. I don't know much about him, but he's been in the best 5 of 8 times. So he's doing really well. David Smythe played well last week. Michael Casey, who I played against in junior footy, he was a star at Rowville coming through the juniors. Now at Forest Hill, so he's obviously got talent. The Zebras, they weren't really expected to challenge this year, Damo. I had them personally pinned as the 4th best side. I had Sylvan and Surrey Park getting closest to Coldstream. And then I had Forest Hill better than Chirnside. But they've surprised me, definitely, and I think they've surprised a few others being... at the moment, just the one loss, and that was to Sylvan in round 1 at Sylvan, which is a hard place to go. So far they've been faultless outside of that, and Mitch Hanegraaff's not listed to play today, but he's been a massive pickup. Justin Secluna's got this club bouncing back pretty quickly after those years under Martin Stillman.
Hanegraaff, of course, coming over from Knox, he had a key post there and was part of, I think, that 2017 Premiership side against Doncaster East in that grand final. I must have been coming into the season, I was thinking a Coldstream Sylvan grand final.
Which would be a massive... Well, they'd all come out. We'd have to move it out to Mombolk.
That's right, Yarra Rangers feed grand final. But it's interesting with Forest Hill. They've had their moments as well where they've challenged and they've competed in many classic grand finals over the journey in Division 4.
Well, they run one to extra time as well there against South Belgrade.
And they were close to Domvale in 2017.
And close to Ferntree Gully.
So they've had their moments where they just haven't quite got up effectively.
So looking at the numbers then, Damo, having said that, maybe this year it was their year.
That'll be the difference because in those, there was a couple of those years where it was their year and someone else would pinch it. And that's you feel bad for us still because it's almost like when they've been at their peak, there's always been that one side. So South Belgrave had all that money and were going up. Then Ferntree Gully really aren't a Division 4 club, really. Like the way they're set up.
They have a similar sort of history where they probably deserve to be.
Well, you look at Ferntree Gully, they've got a million kids, you know, they should be higher up than Division 3. And then you go the Donvale year. It was Donvale's a Division 1 club that had to start again and had all those stars. And you feel bad for Forest Hill because they're like, oh, every time. And now this time, Coldstream's got a super team. So maybe it is their turn.
That's right. They had Marty Stillman during that period as well, who's heavily involved in sports administration.
Oh, yeah.
So it is an interesting one. I just think you spoke about Jake Rowe before. We spoke about the fact that he's such a stalwart. He's been through a lot of that, a lot of the ups and downs.
Well, he's been through most of it. That's right. I think one year there, when he went to the amateurs or to Canterbury or somewhere, he missed out. But yeah, no, look, and I know that one year there, he played most of the year, and they actually dropped him to the reserves for the grand final.
Who's that?
Jake Rowe.
Yeah, well, and like you said, he's been an absolute stalwart of that club.
Yeah,
and to be fair, I do like Forest Hill's kit too. It's hard to make green work, and they've made it work. Surrey Park this time, a club who was in the doldrums at the early parts of the 2010s.
Yeah.
You know, how many years did they go? 5, was it?
That game, would you know the number of games that they lost there on end?
I think it's still the record today. Glenn Waverley had the record for a while, and then Surrey Park overtook them from memory. But they started to hit their straps. I remember it was around 2012, 2013. They started to elevate themselves and be a competitive force in Division 4. They just haven't quite made that transition, I suppose, and really look to be at the top echelon. They've threatened at times.
The building blocks are there though. So their under-19s won the premiership in 2019 and now playing Premier Division and a third on the ladder.
Yeah.
Their reserves are going well at the moment. They've got a bit of depth. They've got a women's side. Like they're starting. Like I said about Churnside, need to get that building. Surrey Park have done that, and now it's their time to strike in the next couple of years.
Surrey Park have always had good under-19s.
Well, because they've got strong juniors.
They went through that period, and I'm not going to take. I'm going to have a shot at Baldwin. You know, and Baldwin said, "Oh, we can't get under-19s. They're only bloody half a kilometre down the road," and Surrey Park have had under-19s the whole way through.
This is a heavily populated private school area as well.
Well, that's the argument. So that's the argument Baldwin always go, "Oh, we can't get them off the front." Well, but Ray's right. We're going to have a private school. Well, Surrey Park are doing it.
That's what I mean.
Exactly
and why, if you're a player, obviously if you play juniors at Surrey Park, but if you're a player and you think you're any good, you're going to go to Baldwin. But obviously Surrey Park are doing it. So, like I said, I think they've got everything in place to go up.
Yeah.
They just need to strike. Matt Pollock's been leading the way, 27 goals this year, had just 2 when he played Forest Hill last time out.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how he goes. What do you know about Surrey Park, Ray?
Not a lot so far this year, but I know that they're a side that, you know, that you can never write them off, even if they're 3 goals down at three-quarters time. But in recent times, you know, they're always a threat to get back up. And watching their twos out here, their twos play a great game of football. They tend to go down the corridor, whether the senior side's going to do the same thing. You know, I think that there is a decisive wind blowing to that right-hand side up that end, so that's going to be the scoring end without a doubt. But yeah, no, look, over the last couple of years, they've had, you know, a couple of key goal kickers who have left the club now, so that maybe have a question I'm going to ask is, have they got the forward power, you know, to kick a better score than Forest Hill?
I think they have the capacity to, and they've done well to develop that depth in that area. And they know this ground pretty well. I think that does have to be taken into consideration also. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily rule them out. It's such a hard game to pick today.
It is.
You could probably toss the coin, really.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's absolutely, it's like I said, it's not necessarily about position on the ladder. It's about showing that you can do it, and it's going to be an interesting sort of way it's set up. The ground is unique. Obviously, Forest Hill's ground's quite unique, being quite small, and we've seen a number of goal kickers enjoy going there. Matt Carnelli, who I think actually got 1,000 local goals last week, so well done to him. Whereas Surrey Park's got a big surface. It's deep to that side, a bit skinnier on that side. It'll be interesting.
Their sake anyway.
By the reserves result as well, that's just come through. The final siren has just been blown. 9-7-61 Surrey Park defeating Forest Hill pretty convincingly, 4-2-26.
Or is that three-quarter time?
Three-quarter time.
Three-quarter time, damn it.
They've got quarter 4.
They do. They're ahead of you. They're pushing you. They want to push us out the door. No, it's it's going to be very, very interesting. And Division 4, look, it often doesn't get probably the fair run when it comes to, you know, publicity.
Yeah.
But the standard's not that bad. We had Ryan Bain, Matt Bain and Jamie Bain on the podcast this week, and Ryan Bain was saying he came from obviously being on Essendon's list and playing for the Bendigo Bombers. He came thinking, the Division 4 will be just a bunch of blokes sort of kicking the footy, but it's not like that, is it?
No, not now. It used to be probably 10 or 12 years ago.
That's what I was going to say. There has been a transition, I reckon, in the last 15 years where it used to be a sort of a kick and giggle type competition, Division 4, whereas now, certainly the standard has improved a lot.
And a lot of that's back in that day, it was an older competition.
Was players
but
on
now
their
you've got
way out.
the under-19s, they come up, they're still at the club, as we were saying. They want to play, so they play reserves and fight their way into the senior side. That's a big difference. It's a much younger competition.
Do you think there's an element, though, you play in the lower divisions, there's a greater element of enjoyment amongst players? I think the younger players tend to like that rather than taking it to a ridiculously serious level. You know what I mean? I'm just saying a lot of players...
You do see a lot more players have a go at that Premier Division level or higher level and actually go, you know what, I might actually prefer to play seniors down here and enjoy my footy.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that trend is happening more and more, I think.
I think so too. In a number of sports as well. You often talk to people and you're like, well, I don't like the atmosphere of the intense amount of pressure at the higher levels. I play football for enjoyment. I want to do it with my mates as well. That obviously is a factor when you have a good culture within your group.
Well, I know a guy who plays cricket and was on the verge of maybe playing for a young Victorian side, and he opted to go down to Tasmania and have a season.
I wasn't getting paid as much as some of these guys. But no, it is interesting. But that's what Ray's saying about the level of this rising actually makes that decision a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Because you're not sacrificing all competitive spirit to come play Division 4. You still got that, this game's going to be of quality and it's going to be a competitive game. So you get that, but you also maintain that little bit of, I don't have to, train like I'm playing AFL.
That's what I mean, because it is an AFL at the end of the day.
Exactly right.
Local footy provides that outlet for a lot of people, and that's just the way it is.
And we don't want to lose that. So that's very, very important.
Point of difference.
Just on Division 4, Manny, I know you sent a message out to the guys in the media team regarding EFL Sunday.
Yep.
And some of the people in Division 4 weren't happy with the amount of time that was given to the competition, and we are making an effort from now on to give Division 4 a bit more air time because it's a great competition.
Yeah, and it's absolutely. And look, we apologise to those people that did get in touch, and sometimes it's quite hard to fit in all 5 divisions and with coaches and so on. But yeah, we are making the effort, and of course today is just part of that. And look, Division 4 in the past has given us some of the greatest grand finals, hasn't it, Damo? Think about Fair Park East Burwood a couple of years ago, and as we mentioned, those 4 or 3 Forest Hill attempts, Glen Waverley and Whitehorse.
Against Heathmont.
Well, years ago, Glen Waverley Whitehorse was Whitehorse.
2018, that's right.
And Whitehorse hadn't kicked a goal at half time and got up.
That's right.
And as you said, that Heathmont, Glen Waverley.
There's been some great grand finals.
Glen Waverley have been involved in a few whilst we're talking about that, because they went extra time against Heathmont and lost.
2011,
and then went up anyway and made the grand final against North Ringwood, and North Ringwood absolutely smacked them. But that's as high as they've got.
I think a lot of those grand finals have been at Walker Park in Mitcham, and I think that's provided a great atmosphere.
Well, it's the smaller ground, isn't it?
That's right.
And you've got that sort of velodrome. Amphitheatre, you're sitting on top.
The one Glen Waverley when they played North Ringwood, that was played at East Burwood.
Yeah, that was Division 3.
That's right, but since then, since about 2013, it's predominantly been at Walker Park.
And Walker Park's a great Division 4 ground. It's a perfect size for Division 4.
I should say as well, but for a long period it was at Walker Park.
Absolutely. I think it's time for one more short break here on Eastland EFNL Game Day as we build up to this one, because the reserves last quarter is about to start. On the other side of this break, we'll talk more about this game, and we'll also talk about a few things like possible finals venues and the makeup of the ladders.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener.
All right, thanks, guys. So just a 4-minute break again. Back after that.
Thanks, Matt.
Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Only 19 shots from 53 inside 50s.
Welcome to the Panther Pit, everyone. It's not a good sign when I can see my breath whilst introducing the show. It is very cold out here at Surrey Park, and it's the Panthers taking on the Zebras in a massive Division 4 clash. Quick scores on the doors update. Of course, we're starting a bit later than everyone. Baldwin 2-1-13 leading Doncaster yet to score. Nothing in Division 1. Division 2, the only score coming through is Boronia 2-2-14 to the Basin, one behind. So a big game for the Hawks, and they're stepping up. Mulgrave lead by a goal over Knox at quarter time was the update there. That one will be finished very early, started at 1:10. Ferntree Gully 1-5-11, Waverley Blues just the one behind, and in Division 4, Coldstream 2 straight to 1 behind over Croydon North Hemlock. Chermside Park 2 behind, Kilsyth 1 behind. Arcing back to your famous Bayswater East Burwood story, Ray, out there in the mud when it was 1-5 to 0-11.
Yeah. Why is the Knox Mulgrave game starting early? Do they have a match afterwards? Because I know the Eastern Devils, the women's team, play out there at Mulgrave, but I think the VFLW are in the final.
This is at Knox.
Yeah, okay.
And Knox's women played here today. It's a 50th gala, so it might have something to do with that.
Okay.
They might want to be trying to get people out to an event or wherever it is. So as we mentioned, of course, we were talking about 50 years of Knox or thereabouts. Ray, who's your favourite Knox player? Of course, Spider was trying to remember the second AFL player that had come out from there. But, Luke Williams is obviously a star. What is Chandler?
Luke Williams would have to be the best player, I believe, that's ever played at Knox. I agree. And then, of course, Stewie Wine was great as there when he coached them down there. But, he everywhere he coached, he was good, Stewie.
It's like Knox is quite a weird place to go, the ground itself, because it's at that bottom of that hill. It's actually quite a nice viewing ground, but the surface itself leaves itself... there's a bit of room to improve there.
Yeah, there was a period, I think, where they did the surface up, I reckon, back in 2008, 2009, after it used to be a bit of a mud heap.
That was when they first sort of forayed into the top flight.
Look, in their defence, the ground's looking great now, because I go down there quite a bit, and, with no football on it last season, it's looking good at the moment,
Absolutely. And they've got the two grounds there. It's set up to be a great facility.
And got one of the best scoreboards in the competition.
They do.
Well,
they do. And it often hosts junior finals and has hosted some rippers in recent times. So, good luck to Knox today. And, of course, well done on them on 50 great years or whatever, how many years. It's a celebration. I'm sure it's 50.
It's been a while since we've been out there, I think, going back.
I think you opened the season there back in
2017, I reckon we went out
I think it was Dan Sensick's first game out there, I think, out at Knox.
It was early that year when they played Croydon, I reckon.
I can remember
they went on to win the flag, so it was obviously a good year.
I can remember going down there where they played Lilydale down there one day too early in the season, going back a couple of years.
And I remember when Rowville did Seabeck Oval up in 2012. Yeah. Or 2013 it might have been.
Yeah.
They played their home games.
Home games,
That's right.
Out at Seabeck. And speaking of Rowville, have got the bye today, Ray.
Probably well deserved.
Well deserved bye.
Look, they're struggling. There's no doubt about it. They've lost a lot of experienced players, and they're in the rebuild. But I was talking to my son-in-law Simon Denton, who played a life member at Bayswater Footy Club and all that, and he said he's great mates with Monster, and Monster said they didn't have very high expectations to start the year. They're playing the kids and looking to the future.
Yeah, well they've had about 15 debutants, haven't they?
Well, in round one they had eight debutants in round one.
Which a lot of clubs do have debutants because the recruits and stuff don't. But these guys were young blokes.
Young kids.
You were talking more about grounds potentially for the finals before the ad breaks. Have we heard any announcement as to whether there's going to be any change compared to 2019 on that front?
I think it'll be the same. Mitchum will come back in. Now we don't know. Well, these aren't been locked in. This is just rumor mill. Yeah. I'm not privy to those discussions. But I think Mitchum will probably come in for Scoresby in terms of senior finals. Not sure about Boronia and Bayswater are probably locked in for the top two as they have been for what.
Long time.
Yeah, when was the last time they didn't play them out? Yeah, when was the last time they didn't play at Bayswater?
I remember. Oh, jeez.
I think that was 2001 when they played it at VFL Park.
Yeah, 2000.
And East Burwood won the flag.
Yeah. Did East Ringwood beat? Didn't they play one at East Ringwood?
Not to my knowledge.
No? I think maybe I'm thinking of a semi or something.
The last one away from Bayswater was VFL Park.
I remember they played one at Ferntree Gully back in the 80s.
Well, that was when East Burwood 144 to 138, and Les Ferguson was on the mic and lost his marbles because East Burwood got up.
Bugger it.
And someone had taken a mark 70 out from goal, and the crowd ran on. Let him have his shot. Out at Wally Chew.
Good old Les.
Well, and you look at that footage on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube I think it's the 1988 or 89, 87. It's around that time. Look that up on YouTube. The footage of people just parked in around, because the grand finals now we don't have cars.
No.
They parked up to the fence. People sitting inside the fence with eskies, cans, bottles, blokes just tight shorts throwing their weight around. the good old days of
Because I
footy.
think the biggest grand final crowd was East Burwood and East Ringwood.
Was that the one when East Ringwood kicked 10 goals in
the last quarter and got up?
2002.
Yeah. That was the biggest crowd. And then prior to that, I think one of the first one that Noble Park played in after coming across.
04?
That was a huge crowd.
04, 05 maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had that great run, of course, at the start of the 2010s, Noble Park,
Oh,
where they
yeah.
smashed the opposition.
Because they had
every time.
2 back-to-backs, didn't they?
Yeah,
They had a couple of
back-to-backs,
back-to-backs initially, then had a bit of a time in the wilderness, and then had 2 more back-to-backs.
Yeah.
Or 1 more back-to-back, 2 more premierships.
I remember in 2012, Division 2 was hosted by Ringwood. And I think that year Baronia might have hosted Division 4. There was a smaller round.
Right. And that was
Lilydale played Montrose. Was it
Roeville.
or Montrose? Sorry, you're right.
Because the year before, Division 2 was at East Burwood. Played in the under-18s. I kicked the dew off. We won the flag. Lilydale won the senior flag against Montrose.
That's right.
Because Montrose had 2 cracks at it. And then I think Roeville might have beat them in 2012, didn't they? Or did Montrose beat them?
No, Roeville beat Montrose.
And then Montrose beat Mooroolbark the year later.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, that's the closest Mooroolbark have come to the top flight. And they're looking to get there sooner rather than later. It's interesting the venues that have hosted. And Ringwood now is obviously up there as a chance. And it's a different ground to what it was then. That was a slop.
Just as a point of interest, and I know it'll never have the grand final out there because it's too far out, but I really enjoyed in round 1 when we went out to Berwick.
I think it's definitely got prospects of being a finals. Obviously, this year with each division will only have 1 venue because it's Saturday, Sunday, and then Saturday or Sunday. But in the future, when you need 2 grounds, Berwick's definitely an option.
But people might say it's a bit too far to go, but people will go. They'll travel.
Oh, they'll go. And if Berwick make the final, they're not going to kick up a stink if they have to go to Bayswater, are they?
No, well, that's true. That's true.
Because Central Reserve often gets the second string, doesn't it?
I actually don't mind that ground.
Just on distances and that, what would be the biggest trip in football? Would it be Berwick to Balwyn?
I think it's Berwick Balwyn and then also Templestowe South Belgrave is another big one.
Okay.
We were discussing it on the podcast this week. I think if Templestowe ended up playing, if Balwyn ended up playing Coldstream, that would be the one. And the way Coldie are going, you never know. Or Templestowe to Coldie or something like that. Or even Surrey Park, to be honest.
You can be the one to tell Rodney Eade he's got to go out the Coldstream.
He might call it on the stream. He might pay Lee a little bit extra to get a stream straight to Balwyn.
Coach on the stream.
Watching
this.
Get back into the media. A couple more scores coming in. Balwyn 26 leading Doncaster 13. So as we said, Ray, Balwyn they've been very impressive since the break, kicking goals. So,
exactly, yeah.
But they haven't tweeted how many Charlie Haley's got yet, so we're assuming he hasn't got heaps.
Well, we're talking about some of our coldest experiences at the footy before when Spider was on. Ray, you've watched a lot of local footy. What's your coldest experience?
Well, it was Bayswater, wasn't it?
Bayswater and Montrose.
And it's one of those grounds where the wind comes in. Glen Waverley, that was a cold one. That was a cold one that day. And I remember a game out at Whitehorse. It might have been against Forest Hill. That was when Dyson Baker was running around in the reserves for Forest Hill and wouldn't let us do an interview. That was a cold day out there as well, coming in over there.
Like how you added that in, he wouldn't let you do an interview.
Well, I remember we were there. Ray and I were doing pre-game, and
that's right.
We got cut off going, we're going to interview Dyson, and I've never seen him run so fast. Running away from the microphone. Of course, he usually loves it. Doesn't he?
That's right.
Absolutely. Finally, guys, we've got a break coming up around the corner. Quick tips in this one. It's a hard one. The form lines are hard to see, as you said, Ray, because of the unevenness of Division 4. You can't really take Surrey Park's win last week with any salt. Forest Hill's win, you can over Churnside, but it is at Surrey Park. Which way are you leaning?
I'm going for Forest Hill. I just think, looking back over all the games they've played this year, I just think they're slightly better than what Surrey Park are.
I'm actually going to go Surrey Park purely because they're at their home venue. They know the ground relatively well. It's just so hard to pick. It's a toss of the coin game, as I said, and I think just on that basis, Surrey Park slightly by a kick.
Absolutely. I'm leaning towards Surrey Park. And what I'm enjoying, though, it doesn't seem like there's a massive crowd in, but obviously you can hear in the effects, Mike. They are vocal, and there sounds like there's a real group togetherness about Surrey Park at the moment as Michael Paolini gets another clearance for Surrey Park Reserves.
He's a big man, isn't he?
He's a star. I think he officially retired. Maybe they're trying to get him fit for the senior finals. But the noise coming out here is quite good. I'm liking that. It's a club on the rise, as we mentioned.
Yep.
Damo, thanks for that long stint. Quarter time update from Stinton's Reserve, the best BMX track in Eastern footy. East Ringwood 4-1-25. Park Orchard get the score. So you and Spider will be
I'm screwed.
tasting your medicine. Yeah, we're going to go. Damo, thanks for the hour and a half. Look forward to your call. First call of the year for Damo for the Eastern
good
boys.
luck, Damo.
Ray in the special seat later on. Ben Warren-Smith will be joining, as well as Tyson Popplestone, Ryan Long and Josh Ward. We're going to a break. On the other side of this break, we will have all the action from Surrey Park and Forest Hill.
To Surrey Park, and really excited about it as well. And what a great vantage point we've got to call the game, right on the balcony near the canteen. And the reserves have just finished as well, which the home side, Surrey Park, winning this one comfortably, 12-8-80 to Forest Hill 5-2-32. Let's introduce the rest of the commentary team. It's great to have once again, after so many years, well, every year, but it just keeps rolling on. You hear him every Sunday morning on EFNL Sunday. It's a very good afternoon to my co-commentator, Damien Watson.
Oh, thank you very much, PWS. I'm just accentuating the cold voice here. I'm absolutely freezing at the moment, but I enjoy it. It's great to be at the local footy again as well, to a great extent, and very windy today at Surrey Park. Looking forward to it. Two sides around similar periphery.
That's it. And, of course, a man who's probably one of Division 4's biggest supporters in the Eastern Football Netball League, and my mate who really enjoyed calling with him again last week. Very good afternoon to you, Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Ben, and it's great to be around your local area, mate. Did you walk across from home or what?
Don't be silly. I don't walk up hills, so yeah. Unless I get dropped one way and then I can walk the other way, don't bother. But it only took 5 minutes to get down here.
Talking about walking, as a cricketer, someone said to me, "If you snick the ball, do you walk?" And I said, "The only time I walk's when I run out of petrol."
No, that's just when you stick your hand out on the side of the road. Someone picks you up, mate. It's great to have you on board. Looking forward to today's game.
Yeah, I am. I really am. I like, as you said, I've got a passion for Division 4 football, and these are two great sides, and probably one. I must admit, I'm a little bit favourite towards Forest Hill. You know,
because of all the lost grand finals?
No, because there's been a lot of Roval players go down there and finish their career, and there's a couple out there today as well.
Very good, and of course, alongside you today in the other special comments chair is the funniest man on the EFL Media Team, Tyson Volstone. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon. I hope that was an audience vote that you're referring to there, and not just a subjective call with your own.
Funny ha-ha or funny weird?
I don't want to ask too many questions because I might be afraid of the answer that I hear, boys. But hey, good. I was promised to get the 5-star treatment out here today, and I'm so glad I bought the Kathmandu puffer jacket because my face is frozen. I bought a coffee just to keep my hands warm. It's going to be a good afternoon, if not cold.
Look, I think the rain, it could hold off. It might come later in the afternoon, but at the moment it is quite blustery. We've got our boundary riders making their way down to the pitch, and we'll get a ground report from them not too far away. But let's get everybody's selections, Ray. We know that you are leaning towards Forest Hill. What was the particular reason in doing so?
Look, as I said in pre-match, I look back to last week, and they had a real good hit out against Turnside, and they got the point. On the other hand, the Panthers played M-Lock and had a big win, and sometimes when you have a huge win like that, you get a bit overconfident the next week, and the first 10 minutes of this game is going to be really important because Surrey Park cannot afford for Forest Hill to get a couple of goals lead.
What about you, Tyson? Which way are you leaning today?
I'll tell you what, it takes a tough man to go against anything Ray says. I'm going to lock in Surrey, though. Only reason is I think there's a real distinct home ground advantage. This is a funny shaped ground as well. I think it's quite small. It needs a little bit of precision, and I think just having the opportunity to be able to have some practice on here is going to be of great value.
Well, let's cross down boundary side today for the first time this afternoon, and
on the outer side today.
On the outer side today, very far away, but we've got them, and it's Ryan Long and Josh Ward. Good afternoon to you, boys.
Yeah, BWS, it's very freezing down here indeed. It's like Antarctica down here, I reckon.
I like your beanie there, Josh. Very nice, very green.
Yes, thank you, Damo. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be back here. I played most of my junior career along here. There's a couple of heavy patches along here. The centre of the ground's not so muddy, but we should be in for a good game here, Ryan.
Thanks, Josh. And just a quick one with the Forest Hill lineup, a late out. James Hare, who usually wears 62, is out, and in comes Joel Pearce-Schmidt, who was listed as an emergency.
Very good, and it's blustery down there, guys. So which way is it going to favour? Are we looking at the Alga Road end or the swimming pool end?
It's not really favouring any ends down here, actually. It's heading more towards the Canterbury Road end. So
it's blowing in our face, in other words.
It's blowing in your faces. It's blowing in your faces. So it's not really going to favour any other end. But you'd want to go on the far side around here if you don't want to kick it out of bounds keep it kicking it out on the full. But yeah, it should be very interesting to see how contested this game will be as well.
What's the hardest spot to kick a goal from on this patch, Josh? Seeing that you're the team expert here, having played down here at Surrey Park.
The boundaries are when you're on the boundary for 35, 50 metres out from whenever you either side, it's pretty toughest. But when you've got the wind heading towards Canterbury Road, it's probably that far pocket towards the cricket nets. But yeah, that's probably going to be the most hard to kick the goals from here.
Great stuff. The boys will keep us right across what's happening on the far side of the ground. No wonder they've got their backs to us this afternoon, and well played by them too, with the wind coming over the top of them. But looking forward to this game, Damo. Which way are you leaning today?
Probably leaning towards Surrey Park, purely because you got the home ground advantage, as was mentioned by our boundary riders before. It's hard to separate these two sides. It's been very much a toss of the coin job trying to select who's going to win. That's why, purely on that basis, if you're in doubt, go with the home ground side.
Well, speaking of the toss of the coin, Gav Willoughby, the skipper of the Forest Hill side, has just won the toss, and Forest Hill kicking the first term to the swimming pool end of Surrey Park Reserve. Is that what the ground's called?
Yeah, the Eastern End or swimming pool end, that's fine.
Yeah. Or otherwise known as Aqua Nation, of which I am a member as well.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
And of course, that is the right of your radio dial, right of your screen at home if you are watching Surrey Park heading towards the Alga Road end in this first term.
I was just going to say, BWS, seeing as you're a relative local, how much has the Box Hill skyline changed since we were last here 5 years ago?
The whole thing.
These buildings didn't exist.
You could not see. You could only see trees. You might have seen Shopping Town in the background back in the day.
Could just see the top of Shopping Town about 3 years ago.
So, but now they're coming up left, right, and centre. It's certainly grown, and I think that has a lot to do with the dynamic of the area and the amount of students and international students that we have over here studying at Box Hill.
Coming until COVID came along.
Yeah, that's it. Well, let's hope that those buildings continue to be built and they get filled as well. But the players are making their way to positions now. I have to go with Forest Hill today. I don't generally go against a home side when we go out and call the football, but I'm jumping. I've been on the Forest Hill bandwagon since the start of the year. I have them as my premiership tip, and it's games like this today that if they don't apply the right amount of pressure and get on top and win, then all of a sudden the doubt will start to sink in. And we know what happens with doubt with Forest Hill when it comes to finals time as well. They're perennial bridesmaids and unlucky in that sense. But I think they're going to really step up today. But I do believe it's going to be a close game. That's why we're out here. And it's the second time we've seen Division 4 for this year. We've got Coldstream and Sylvan earlier on in the piece. We've got Surrey Park and Forest Hill. So we feel like we've covered all the finals contenders. There might be one or two more that's bobbed their hands up. But I think that today is going to make way for what we might see as a future game in September. But the umpire holds the ball aloft, and here's Damien Watson to take us away with the first term on EFNL game day.
The yellow ball held aloft, and we're underway here at Surrey Park, and coming in for the clearance, or the potential clearance, was Michael Casey. Couldn't quite break through. We'll have a secondary bounce in the middle. Interesting with the yellow ball being utilised, because it will get darker as the day wears on, and we've got a later start here out at Surrey Park. So the ball in motion once again. Wheeler gets the hand pass out for Forest Hill. It's around that right half back position. Pritchard just hacks it towards the centre of the ground for Surrey Park. It's all Forest Hill with the numbers. Casey trying to break clear at half back for the Zebras. Works it back to his teammate in Jose. Towards right half forward. Hand pass coming out from Griffiths. Couldn't quite find the intended target in Ternez, and it falls over the line.
Boys, I'm already impressed with your ability to call this game. I'm not sure if it's me, but there's some very black and white jumpers out there. A little bit difficult to distinct between the two if you're not paying very close attention out there on the field.
Or if you're colourblind as well.
It could be a problem.
Yeah, we go by the shorts, Tyson.
Smart move, actually.
That's right, they've got the full-on black shorts for Surrey Park today as the ball set in motion again, trying to break clear for Surrey Park. We'll try and get the number 20 on the team list in a moment. Going to be slapped out. Ryan Kennedy trying to keep it in play in a confined space. Falls to ground. Tries to feed the hand passed out. He's taken the ground. And we'll have another bounce. Another stoppage at centre wing. So true centre wing position as Kennedy brings himself to his feet. It's been a tight tussle already in the first minute and a half. No scorers yet. Pritchard laying the tackle for Surrey Park. Don Pietro is gang tackled to the ground. One of those tacklers is Michael Casey, who's been prominent early for Forest Hill. We'll have another bounce.
Mitcham lead up at Ferntree Gully at quarter time by 15 points. Get the scores coming through this afternoon, right through our social networks.
Yes, for the Eastern Football Netball League. Tap one by Ternez for Surrey Park. And the ball seed over the line by Lacchiano, who fell to ground.
The big ruckman for Surrey Park there, Callum Turns. So what Forest Hill are doing, they're not going body on him, they're trying to jump over the top of him.
So Turns contests. Double tap to ground level. Taken to ground there as Stimpson will have another bounce. It's been a stoppage-filled game so far. Good crowded attendance considering the conditions as well. That breeze blowing across the ground as mentioned by the boundary riders earlier on, down towards the Canterbury Road wing as we have yet another bounce. Gang tackle was James Pritchard, who was working in the canteen before the game during the women's game.
Let's cross down boundary side to Ryan Long. I believe we've got the number 20 for Surrey Park.
No, we don't. I'm just speaking to the assistant coach then. They don't know. Let me go double check in.
That's not the right answer, mate. and you tell him exactly that.
I'll speak to someone else. He's not sure.
Okay.
That's all right. So in the interim, the ball went out the full. So it'll be a Surrey Park free kick. And Ryan Kennedy will be the recipient from true centre wing. Wheels onto the right foot, sends a long ball inside 50, and that's a good strong mark taken in a contested situation where it was two.
The pack.
So Harry Lacchiano will be kicking from a 45-degree angle, possibly about 35 to 40 metres out. On the right foot. Can he put the first blood on the board? Yes, he can. Surrey Park, 1 straight 6. Forest Hill yet to score.
I'd imagine.
That's right, yeah.
So the ball back in the middle now. Great call, Damo. So we just wait for it to make its way back. Too sure what the hold-up is here, but...
Well, I think they just had to get the ball from over the fence, but that was a great strong mark from Lacchiano. Can be difficult in the cold conditions as well.
You're not wrong. So... a restart here. Home side lead it by 1 straight kick. There is a big fly, that time by Stoneham. Palmed it down, little quick kick out of the middle. Going forward for Forest Hill, and the mark has been taken by Cicluna. So the playing coach kicks it up towards the half-forward line. They've got the numbers, handball just away in the nick of time. It came out to Naylor, who hit the deck, stacks on him. Don't think it's going to be a free kick. Putting his hand up was Tempany, asking for holding the ball. No chance of that happening. And we'll have a ball up. So it's just inside the arc here for Forest Hill. A clearing kick that time. Came out by that infamous number 20 as it comes in now. Stoneham, little fresh air shot out of nowhere, then got a fist on it. It was as good as a kick. Forest Hill go forward now. Kick goes driving into the forward pocket. The pack flies. It hits the deck, fisting it over towards the boundary line. They've got some numbers here as it goes over and out. We've got a number 71 for Surrey Park also. So we'll get the boys to follow up on that one too. So ball to be brought back in. 5.5 gone here in the first term. It's a 1-goal lead to Surrey Park as the rucks go at it now. It turns from the back, got the palm down, straight though into, they've got the numbers, Surrey Park. Kick up towards the wing position and getting underneath it, and almost taking the mark there was Berger, who got ripped into a tackle, thrown to ground. Umpire said play on. They're letting it go a little bit here, and we will have a ball up.
Seen a couple of high balls going down forward as well for Surrey Park. I would have thought with this blustery wind, you would have wanted to keep it low, sharp and fast just to help with that accuracy.
So ball in motion once again and running away from the pack. We'll get the number 27 for Surrey Park as well at some stage as the kick comes towards the half-forward line. Caught behind there was Burrell. Still at ground level, trying to break clear of the pack. Got Wheeler in contention. Snap around the body. That came from Burrell. High towards goal. It's a vacant square. It bounces, it tumbles, and it's taken over the line for a rush behind. And the minus score added to the total for Surrey Park there. 1-1-7. Forest Hill yet to score. And we've gone about 6.5 minutes in this first term. So the ball back in play once again for the Zebras, who just need to recalibrate. Mark taken by Willoughby at right half back. Gavin Willoughby wheels onto the left foot. Sends a probing ball towards centre wing. Surrey Park at the numbers. It's forced to ground. At the feet of the pack there was Tempany. Kept in play, Stimson with the hand pass in the direction of his teammate in turns. Got it back to Stimson, lost his footing, and it's tapped over the line through to centre wing position. We'll head boundary side to Ryan Long and Josh Ward.
Yeah, boys, so 71 for Surrey Park is Jack McLaren, an old friend of mine, actually. And Callum Garvin, he's number 27 for Surrey Park. So a couple of teammates I used to play with, actually, as well.
There you go. Family affair here at Surrey Park for Josh Ward.
Yeah.
Gee, that was good play. We're adding the tackle well was Alexander Wheeler. He was almost taken to ground, but he actually rode it to perfection. Hand pass came out from Burrell, who's been prominent early. Through the corridor towards centre half forward for Surrey Park. They do have the numbers and space. Pollock trying to pick the ball up. He's taken to ground. Falling to ground with Jose. Pritchard stripped of the football. Snapped out of the pack there from Berger. Didn't really go very far. Quick snap for Surrey Park. And we'll get the number 6 shortly as well.
Number 50.
And it was taken
That's
away.
Pierce Smith.
Yes, Pierce Schmidt taking the mark for Forest Hill, but it was for the initial disposal for Surrey Park I was referring to.
No worries.
And the tumbling ball falls over the line. I think a free kick's going to be... as he's treated by the trainers there.
Interesting in these situations to see there's an opportunity for Forest Hill, the silver lining, to go back, set up a little bit of a zone.
So he's obviously been treated, obviously every precaution being taken when it comes to concussion. Right. And we've got a few concerned spectators obviously as well. He's in a bit of bother, so we're going to have, you would suspect, he's starting to raise his head now, which is a good sign. And he's going to get back up on his feet. So promising signs there at the very least. The fact that he's able to walk. And you get the sense he'll be helped off the field. Jack Barak for Forest Hill. And in the meantime, we'll have a shot at goal here.
So why is it a free kick to Surrey Park?
I think
that makes absolutely no sense.
Did he kick it out on the full right in front of us?
No, I think the decision was reversed when he was down on the ground.
You got to be kidding me.
In the meantime, Paul Colopy on the right foot from 40 metres out, tries to work it back from right to left, and he sneaks it home. Surrey Park have their second on the board.
Definitely what happened. But I'll tell you what, they've seized an opportunity to kick a goal. With that win, that was a pretty nice kick by Surrey Hill.
Look, I wonder about the wind, Tyson, because they're kicking it to both ends without, any wind effect to me.
It's Surrey Park. That's your first warning, Tyson, as it comes out now. Picked up by Cicluna on the left boot. Kick into the middle. Really went nowhere, so they've scrambled their way up towards the half-forward line here. The Panthers out in front and paddled it to himself nicely. There was Hayes. Got the handball off. They drive the ball inside forward 50. Dropping what he probably should have taken was Anderson there. He laid a strong tackle on Creek, but the umpire said a little bit too crude, and he's going to ball it up. It was a quick whistle. Thought it was a free kick. That's... Umpire throws it up, Stoneham. He gets a good leap, doesn't he, Big Stoneham? Got the about valuable 10 metres. It's still inside that forward 50, though, for Surrey. As it comes out now, Burgess was in there. Little flick over the back. He'll get it again. He was stripped of the football this time there by Colopy, who kicked the goal just only moments ago. Might get the received handball this time by Tempany. The pressure's hot. It's about 25 metres out from goal. Picked up by Naidu. He couldn't quite boot to ball, but scooped upon by Blackburn. Can he put it through? He can't. He pushed it to the left-hand side. It was almost 3 on the trot there for the Panthers, but they get another behind to them. That's 2 now. 2-2-14 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 11 and a half gone. Forest Hill yet to score.
For mine, Forest Hill's got a few of their backmen there just hanging out, watching to see what's happening instead of putting themselves in.
Well, Forest Hill have only made one entry inside their forward 50 so far in this game. Casey took the mark. The hand pass comes away from Berger. And again, the pressure applied from Haynes and sees it over the line between half-forward and centre wing for Surrey Park. They're just applying the pressure on the ball carrier as well, the Panthers here, Ray.
No, you're right there, Damo.
So the ball to be thrown back in. It's really been inside the forward half for Forest Hill so far in this game. Turns, got a second slap to it. It's at half-forward for Surrey Park. Running onto the loose ball is Burrell, who's accumulated a few touches already. Can he add a goal? He's tally. No, he can't. I think it might have clipped the panning on the way through into the post. Yes, it did. So a minor score for Surrey Park. 2-3-15. Forest Hill yet to score.
Well, Surrey Park making all the play up to this stage.
Certainly are. Willoughby takes the mark inside defensive 50 for Forest Hill. Try to work through the corridor on the bounce. Taking it was Rudd. Did well in the tight situation. Got the hand pass out to Stoneham, who just hacks it on the boot for the Zebras. It tumbles towards the right forward pocket. Trying to latch onto the loose footy there is Payne. It's seen over the line in the end, and we'll have a ball in.
Surrey Park seems to be putting some nice pressure on Forest at the moment. I think it's interesting. Every time they have the ball, that's Forest Hill, there's rush kicks, quick kicks, and there's not much accuracy going on with the way they're using the ball going forward.
Almost panicking, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, it's deep in, and it comes out, turns, got the big double fister away. He wanted the safety of the boundary line again, and he's going to find it. Justin Cicluna wrestling his opponent over the boundary line, and we'll have a ball in. So it's the toughest spot to kick a goal from out here at Surrey Park, as mentioned by Josh Ward. And we'll have a boundary throw in now. Turns went up unopposed that time. Might be an opportunity there for Healy Rotherham. Over around the football, Cicluna came in, got a little handball away. Picking it up, though, was Rudd, brought to ground in a strong tackle. And we will have a ball up 50 metres out from the Forest Hill goal line. Try to throw this one up again now. Does so, turns... once again goes up unopposed. Naylor did really well to keep the ball in, then booted it about 30 metres inside towards the real danger zone there, but it's close to the boundary line. Nice little bump there by Tempany. Got the handball away. That was good play. Blackburn back into traffic though. They've coughed it up. Here's a chance though for Wheeler, who wheels around, kicks it to the hot spot about 15 metres out from goal. They've got the opportunity now, the Zebras. Charging after it though, there was Kennedy. He put his body on the line. Getting down there was Payne. They tapped it back to the advantage here of Smythe. Couldn't get boot to ball. They've got good numbers. Turns just gets it, bangs it, and he kicks to the safety of the boundary line. It was a good kick. It found touch if we were using rugby terms, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
We never call deliberate in the AFL, do we? We don't see it.
We saw it plenty last week, that's for sure.
Last week at Vermont we saw it.
It is a rule that is paid, hasn't always, but it is a
I was just thinking myself, in the higher division they would do.
Umpire throws it in. As the Rucks go at it, at the fall, the ball, Cicluna drives it in towards the forward 50. Snipson was there for the Panthers. So Cicluna again on the left boot, kicks it out towards the centre half forward. Now creates a race, a foot race. Barging after it there was Rowe. Jakey Rowe on the left boot, slams it inside forward 50. He's a class act, Jakey Rowe, and he...
If he misses, he gets one behind though, right?
Yeah.
So Ben Rudd. It is an important kick though. They have gone 15 minutes without scoring. He's got the wind going across the face, so you'll have to start at left and work its way back. Rudd goes that way, but it stayed pretty straight in the end, and you can see the trees in the background. They are blowing an absolute gale at the moment, and the first score on the board for the Forest Hill Zebras today is a behind. It took them 16 minutes here out at Surrey Park, and they trail by 14 points, and the Panthers are away.
Stimson to bring it back into play. Plays on out of his defensive goal square. Chips the pass. It wasn't 15. Good tackle applied there from Rudd for Forest Hill. Just latching onto his opponent and bringing him to ground. Will have a bounce. It's deep inside the forward zone for Forest Hill.
As you said, Damo, great tackle by Forest Hill. They've got to start applying that pressure.
Yeah, Ben Rudd just exuding his influence on the game. Tap one by Cicluna to the top of the goal square. It's hacked out of the pack there for Forest Hill by Haynes. It was the Surrey Park player, in fact. Still a chance here for the Zebras. Squaring the ball up and a good mark taken there by Healy Rotherham. He can...
by 4 goals, Norwood by 8 points over South Croydon, and it's Vermont doing it comfortably over Doncaster East.
Bit of artwork on the left leg there, boys.
Be kicking on the right, just inside the arc. Doesn't have enough meterage on the kick. It lands at the top of the goal square. It's palm to ground, trying to shark the pack there as a big man in Higgins for Surrey Park. They see it over the line.
In Division 1, it's East Ringwood 25-0 over Park Orchards at the moment, whilst Mitcham lead Upper Fentrick Gully by 24 points and Wanturna South by 2 goals over Mirrabah.
Ball back into play. Cicluna trying to take it out of the ruck. Now, it could be holding the ball if he doesn't get rid of it. He does eventually with a quick kick towards the pocket. Snap around the body on the outside of the boot. It's basically stopped on the last line of defence by Durand for Surrey Park. He was like a goalkeeper, and he was in the right place at the right time, and it's out of play in front of Naidu. Will have a throw in the forward pocket for the Zebras.
In Division 2, it's Baronia by 17 over the Basin. Ringwood leads South Belgrave by 14-0, and Templestowe trailing by 3 points to Heathmont.
Turns with a double slapper to ground level. Naylor sharking the pack for the Zebras. Hands it out, and a spearing ball inside 50 is intercepted by Turns, who utilises his height and his positioning to perfection.
He's athletic, there's no doubt about it, and he covers a lot of ground. So the big ruckman slams it down the wing position. It was knocked away. His intended target there was Kennedy, a sensational smother. Sees the ball just pop out for Winter of the Panthers. Got a looping handball. He might go for the 1-2 here. They're going to use the middle of the ground here, and it's going to go the shortest way home as the kick goes inside forward 50, looking for the Colby direction. He sat at the back. It might work favourably for him here. Picked up nicely, though, by his teammate in Lachiana, who's already kicked a goal. He'll get it back now. He'll go backwards to go forwards again. They're just sizing it up. Hayes kicks it inside forward 50. It was a 2-on-1 situation. In front, Healy Rotherham was there. The man with the left painted leg, and we will have a ball up across centre half forward here.
Just when that ball come inside that forward 50, obviously no talking, because Willoughby could have marked that if someone had told him, but he punched it into nowhere.
Francis did well, got a good leap then, got the knockdown, but no avail. Casey was going nowhere. Hands it back to the umpire. Just asking players to spread themselves out here. The rucks go at it, fall the ball. Pritchard did well, got the handball off. Kick goes inside forward 50 by Gale. Got about 20 metres out now from goals. A little pirouette there. That was nicely done by Molnar. A series of handballs sees the ball go in towards the forward pocket. It was going towards Pollock, but it's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds. Pritchard's not his best effort there.
I know the scoreboard doesn't quite agree with me yet, but the play's opened up a little bit. I think Forest Hill should be fairly happy with the last 5 minutes of play in comparison to the first 10 minutes of the quarter.
Well, Pierre Schmidt with the Jesus headband. He kicked it out of that danger zone. Little handball, found Blackburn. Got it across to the big man in turns, who dropped what he probably should have taken here. Good pressure by the Forest Hill backs just to really force that forced error there. Diving on top of the ball, Banfield. He didn't get one in the back, the umpire said, so let's have a ball up. Centre half forward here. It's 19 minutes gone, almost time on, and it's a 14-point lead to Surrey Park.
So 2-3 to 1 behind. Tap one for the Zebras by Francis. Forced to ground, trying to burrow his way through there is Banfield. Just using his prominence physically to latch onto that ball, and it's a bounce.
Churnside Park lead Kilsyth by 16 points, and Coldstream 74-7 over Croydon North Hemlock.
It's in the centre of the ground. Pritchard waiting for the hand pass. He'll receive it now. Gives it off to his teammate in Blackburn. Blackburn twisting and turning. Kick towards centre half forward. Good intercept there from Willoughby for the Zebras. It was a good effort on hands and knees as well to get the hand pass out to Burgess. They're away the Zebras towards centre wing. Onto the loose ball on the bounce and trying to take on the tackler there. As Boraka is holding the ball. Pritchard with the third of the 3 players to apply the tackle, and he'll receive the free kick. And that was Naylor.
25, silly 25. Boy.
Yeah, playing games.
So as a consequence, James Pritchard, who had a loose snapshot only moments ago, 45-degree angle from about 40 metres out on the left foot. Kick towards goal. It's straight, and it's got the carry. And Surrey Park get their third on the board through James Pritchard.
Never a good thing The big men in these lower divisions are worth their weight in gold, aren't they, Ray?
They certainly are, mate.
3-3-21 to 1 behind. Home side showing them who's boss at the moment. As a big fly comes out and there's a chance to go forward through Kennedy again, who just thumps the ball every bit of 60 metres. It's about 25 metres out from goal. The fist away sees it go out towards the direction of Burrell. He couldn't quite pick it up. Berger was in there as well. He stuck his head over the pill. The umpire said, that was good enough for me. You can have a free. So the dugout side, scoreboard side of Surrey Park. We kick up towards the wing position and almost taking it unopposed there as well. Burgess got the receive handball in towards the middle of the ground. Smythe, they're going to have to work hard for this one as it comes in. Wheeler on the left boot goes inside forward 50. A nice knock away there by McLaren. Did really well on the right boot. Kicks it out towards the wing position. A foot race does ensue. Here's Snipson. He's out in front wearing the long sleeves this afternoon. Swings around. Little cute kick and it was a good one too. Here's Pritchard. He'll go back to Snipson. They're doing this one well. Pokes the kick up towards the half-forward line. Out in front there was Molnar. Swings around now. This is good football by Surrey Park. Inside forward 50 they go. Who's going to be at the fall of the ball? Receiving the handball there was Anderson. Anderson goes towards goal. Which way will this one bounce? And it did a wrong and it did the wrong one. And it went through for 1 behind. That was a good build-up there. Good play by Surrey Park. Created the switch, used the space and then went direct.
Yeah, and what they did, they lowered their eyes as they were coming in across the wing and they used the ball properly.
22-1.
Now the umpire's going to blow the whistle here. Creek was a designated kicker for Forest Hill. It's going to come back to him from his defensive goal square. There's a few patches around the ground, but overall I think the surface has held up well. We've had a bit of rain over the last few days. Probably not as much as expected. Yeah, absolutely. So Creek towards centre half back. Finds the loose option there and his teammate Michael Casey, who's been prominent.
He's been the best player for Forest Hill so far.
On the right foot, Casey spearing ball towards centre wing. It wasn't the most direct kick, looking for Jake Rowe, the stalwart for Forest Hill for many years. Got the hand pass away just in time as Naidu took him to ground. We'll have a throw in outer side through centre wing.
Gee, that Surrey Park pressure all quarter has been something which has really stood out to me. Yep. You can't blame Forest Hill for looking as though they're panicking because every time they have the ball, they've got about 0.8 of a second to get rid of it.
Yep.
So throw in once again. Trying to pick up the loose ball there is Pollock for the Panthers. Forest Hill do have the numbers. Hand pass comes out to Wheeler. Work it out through a chain. Smythe take it to ground there and a good tackle from Mulder. The Zebras try and work it forward, trying to build some momentum. But a good intercepting mark taken by Darcy Griffiths, who's forced to play on off his mark. Griffiths on the right foot. Didn't really get enough leverage on the kick. It was intercepted there by Willoughby. Oh, good tackle applied.
Yonsky.
Too slow.
Well,
who's telling him as well?
Well, that's exactly. There's been no talk out there for Forest Hill.
Kick inside, 50 at the back. Waiting for it there was Colopy. Couldn't quite take the mark. He was the meat in the sandwich. That's a good tackle applied there. Looks as if Burrell was at the bottom of the pack. And he's burrowed to ground. It was Kennedy, in fact, taken to ground. And we'll have another stoppage, a throw it inside the forward pocket.
Jack Borrick for Forest Hill. He's been ruled out for the rest of the game with concussion.
Okay.
So the throw in. The Panthers circling. Tap one by Haynes, wearing the long sleeves. Also wearing them there for Forest Hill was Wilkinson, but he's taken it. So far for Surrey Park.
What does that big letter T mean they're holding up at the Surrey Park time on?
Time on.
Makes sense.
Gotta love the cryptic messages. Sam Naidu to extend the lead for Surrey Park. He's close to the man on the mark and he's missed to the right slightly. Minus score. They are peppering.
Seems that it's the 26-minute mark. That's some good lactic acid build-up by his arms going for 6 minutes now, isn't it? Holding up that T.
3-5 to 1 behind.
So it's a 22-point margin to the home side. A scrambling kick is going to go straight into the arms there of Hayes. Gets the handball away. This way, that way. Nicely done by Gale. Got it backwards to Turns, who got the handball away. Okay, they've been worked back, but they've still got the kick inside forward 50 through Snibson, who went after it. Berger was the late flyer at the fall of the ball. Nicely done. Handball by Anderson. Or kick by Anderson, I should say, across the face, but it's safely knocked through. Didn't want to bar if it was Will Burgess. He didn't want to risk even dropping it there. Knocks it through for a rush behind. So 3-6-24 to 1 behind here. I tell you what, if Surrey Park kick another goal, they are going to take some sort of stopping today because they're well and truly on top at the moment. The quick kick comes in, and well, it wasn't so quick in the end, but Berger was there to take the mark just outside the defensive arc, Forest Hill. And I think they're just waiting for the siren, to be honest, the Zebras. Not to concede anymore, but they've coughed it up here, and the kick's gone out of bounds on the full. Parent was the intended recipient as they spear the ball back in, straight through the arms there though of Casey. They've got the numbers at the back, nicely done. Blackburn got the handball away. Dom Pietro inside forward 50. The kick was about 30 metres out. On the right boot though, Laciana, right to the line, I tell you.
They're
Almost had his second.
They're peppering the goals.
10 scoring shots to 1 so far in this first term.
Yep.
And it's Surrey Park
I'd love to know
goals.
the inside 50s as well. Yeah.
Clearly dominant, you'd say. Forest Hill only probably four or five times versus probably 15 or 15 to 20, Ray.
Yeah.
So on the cusp of quarter time, Creek, the designated kicker for Forest Hill, to bring the ball back into play. Just trying to slow the tempo down.
It's as good as my stats get Ray. They're ish.
Ish.
Creek receiving the hand pass with a 1-2 and off the left foot, chips it out wide. The good mark taken there by Healy Rotherham with the outstretched arms at left half back. So Healy Rotherham approaching the 28-minute mark of this first term, spearing ball inboard, finds the intended target in Secluda. Needs to set the example. I've got a loose option out wide. Wilkinson's waiting for it. Almost nutmegged him in the end. Still a chance for Wilkinson as he paddles it to his advantage. On his hammer there is Haynes. Still a chance for Wilkinson. Gets the hand pass potentially away. Does so just in time to his teammate in Pierce Schmidt, the late inclusion, who tumbles it towards right half forward and out of play.
That was a very good kick by Secluna. He put it out in front of Wilkinson. It was just unfortunate he couldn't get the bounce properly.
So a late chance potentially for Forest Hill to score their first major of the afternoon. Haven't had too many opportunities. It doesn't come inside their forward 50. Neither ruckman could win the tap. It's at ground level. Trying to barge his way through there is Gale for Surrey Park. Will have a secondary bounce. So the siren sounds to mark the end of the first quarter, and it was a very fruitful quarter for the home side. Surrey Park 3-7-25. They certainly peppered the goal face. They leave Forest Hill just the one behind on the board, and it's going to take a lot for the Zebras to...
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener, 9 News.
Thanks, that guys. 4-minute break. Back after that.
Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia.
Yeah, Sandy good on my end. Damo
to 1 behind, and the breeze is not too influential. It's blowing across the ground, but we're going to go boundary side now because we had Ryan Long and Josh Ward out at the huddles, boys.
Just with Forest Hill assistant coach Matty DeBono. Matty, tough start. Couldn't quite get your hands on the ball as much. And what was your main assessment?
Yeah, I think that was exactly right. We were a little bit slow out of the blocks, but I thought, considering the amount of footy they had, they should have been further in front. Our defensive stuff was pretty good at ground level, but we just got to get hands on the footy.
You're right about your back six. They've held pretty strongly there to avoid a bigger margin at quarter time. What's the main things that do need change? Is it right in the middle that you need to start getting your hands on the ball and the clearances?
Yeah, midfield. We need our midfielders to get their hands on the footy. And when we don't have the footy, they need to be a little bit smarter with defensive side and making sure they got contact against the Surrey Hill boys. And once we get the ball, we know what we can do on the outside and get the ball in quickly to our forwards one-on-one.
Just an update on Francis. Is he out for the game?
I'm not quite sure. Look, we're going to assess him during this quarter, but at this stage it doesn't look good. We look like we're 2 down on the bench.
Thanks for your time, Matty. All the best for it.
Great stuff there, Ryan Long, and Tony's got his first warning for the day. It's Surrey Park, not Surrey Hills. Let's cross. Well, we won't just yet because we know Ryan was a fair way away from Josh, who was over at the Surrey Park huddle, but we'll get to that very soon. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today, and we've got 3 quarters to play, and we'll go through some of those other around the ground scores throughout this term. But in the meantime, here's Damien Watson to start us off.
Start of the second quarter from Surrey Park. The home side leading by 4 goals as turns with the tap out once again from the ruck contest. Nick Snimpson with the clearance. A high ball on the left foot. Bounces in the arms of Ryan Kennedy, who protrudes forward. Long ball to the top of the goal square. 1-on-1 contest. And it could be a free kick to Colopy for holding. He's going to receive it. And the man. Just like Peter Hudson did back in the day.
Yes.
Very true.
Colopy from the top of the goal square. Gee, made the goal umpire work, but he snuck it home for his second, and Surrey Park increased their lead.
Can come back. They've done it once before, he mentioned, but and to continue spacing out as well whenever they have the ball.
Tyson, I'm very interested in the setup of Forest Hill around these centre bounces. Look, no one's picking up the midfielders for Surrey Park.
Yeah, Ray, I don't know what that comes down to. It's definitely an interesting setup.
It is. Look, there they go again.
Stoneham got the knockdown, but Dom Pietro for the Panthers got the stoppage, and he got the kick inside forward 50. His intended target there was Haynes. He put a lot of pressure on. The snap goes goalward, but they pushed it through, and that time it was Pollock who pushed it right. So it's only gone 1.5 minutes here, but there's 2 scoring shots already on the board. There's 12-1 now. Real danger signs here for the Zebras.
Should be further in front too, in essence, Surrey Park, when you think about it.
Well, they should, yeah.
They should. They're certainly dominating. There's no doubt about that as the kick goes out, and a good mark has been taken this time by Burgess, who will use the wing position here, but just pokes it up. It was a risky kick, but the mark's been taken by Parent, who gets the handball away just in the nick of time. Wheeler spins around and he coughed it up, and he coughed it up bad too. Pritchard got the handball away to Kennedy. Kennedy got it onwards here to Snimpson. Snimpson goes inside forward 50, looking for Pollock out in front. It bounced off his chest, picked up by Berger. Was that a throw? The umpire said it was okay. It's going near the boundary line, and eventually you'd think it will go over. It does burrow on his knees, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
That first quarter, I just thought that maybe Surrey Park was kicking down to the goal side. I thought that's where we might have seen a lot of goals today, but it turns out the ball spent the first, I would say, 100% of this quarter down the opposite end.
Yeah, right.
So the ball's back into play now. Sorry, Damos is scooped upon this time by Naylor. Out of that danger zone, comes out towards Parent. Played it to himself, got the handball backwards. Good strong tackle there by Pritchard. He just wanted to release it, and it does release in the end. Kennedy gets pushed over the boundary line, and over she goes.
We saw Healy Rotherham in the action there as well.
Half time, and it is Noble Park in Premier Division leading by 17 points. I'm trying to just do my maths here over Berwick.
Snap around the body. It's going to be intercepted for the Zebras by Wheeler. Kicks towards left half back, really to no one in particular. Stimson in a confined space, trying to get the hand pass to his teammate in Winter. Was a little bit ill-directed, but Stimson with a good second effort was taken high. Copped a little bit of a coat hanger there in the head. And with the wry smile, he comes up to take the free kick.
In Knox's 50-year game today against Mulgrave, the Falcons are leading by 3 goals at half-time.
Stimson's kick just inside the 50. 1-on-1 contest. That's a good mark and good body work from Matt Pollock. Goes back to his mark quickly on the right foot, sends it to the hot spot. 1-on-1 contest, flying high, almost taking the mark there was Haynes, couldn't quite hold it. It's still at ground level, trying to latch onto the loose ball there is Colopy. He's waiting for that third goal. It's not coming out. No one can extricate it. We'll have a bounce.
In Premier Division at half-time, Balwyn lead Doncaster by 12 points, Blackburn by 4 points over North Ringwood. It is Norwood by 7 over South Croydon, and Doncaster East to come back to Vermont, only 7 points of margin there.
Pollock lost the tap out on that occasion, but it's picked up in the end by Colopy. Can he kick goal number 3? No, he's missed to the left. Minus score. Another behind for Surrey Park. 4-9-33, leading Forest Hill 1 behind.
You know, it's an interesting day for your team when the one takeaway, which is positive out of your first quarter, is that the other team didn't kick more goals. It's 4 goals, 9 now. Very lucky to not be a monstrous lead to Surrey Park.
Look, when you're playing the way they are, why would you not go straight down the centre with your kicking? You back yourself in.
Poor kick in from Creek to right half back. It was intercepted in the end by Naidu once again, and the chip pass inside 50.
Farther forward.
So Hamish Burrell will be kicking from about 40 metres out roughly, maybe just inside. Slightly worse off than a 45-degree angle. He starts at left and it stays there. So Surrey Park 4-10-34 leading Forest Hill 1 behind.
Let's have a look at some of the scores in Division 1 at half-time, and they got it wrong at quarter time because Park Orchards lead 22-2 over East Ringwood at half-time. Mitcham by 32 points over Upper Ferntree Gully, while it's a 2-goal lead to Murrelbach now over Wanturna South. Kick comes out as Forest Hill just trying to get themselves out of that defensive 50, and the arms now of Healy Rotherham goes backwards. He gets coughed it up really badly there as a kick by Molnar goes towards the Colopy direction. He got one handle on it. He's got to beat Jose, who did really well, Jose. Yeah. Got the quick clearing kick out. They've still got the numbers here. A chance now by Snibson to go goal, and he bears it through, I reckon. He squeezed it out of nothing. Fantastic goal. Division 1, Park Orchards are 22, 3-4-22, East Ringwood 4-3-27. We've got the score right eventually there, so a close game as expected.
East Ringwood must be playing on the skateboard track up there at Stephen Reserve, mate. Yeah.
Murrelbach lead Wanturna South by 12 points, not the other way around.
So back in the middle, turns, wins a tap again for Surrey Park, and again they win it out of the middle. Naidu couldn't quite latch onto the loose footy, but he has support at the back from Burrell. Long ball inside 50. In the front spot there, Mulder will be waiting for it, with the hand pass attempting to come from Blackburn. Unsuccessful, he's well taken to ground, and Forest Hill just looking for a bit of respite at the moment.
Baronia lead the Basin by 1 goal, whilst Ringwood over South Belgrave by 3 goals.
Kick in the direction of the intended target. Wilkinson couldn't quite take the mark for the Zebras. It's a 2-on-1 contest. The hand pass does come back. Wilkinson's kick towards centre wing. Spoilt. Still a chance here. Just too many numbers for the Panthers ultimately. Latching onto the loose ball, Higgins. It's intercepted though by Casey, who's been very good for Forest Hill, one of their better players. Banfield through the middle. His kick was smothered. Ricochets back to him. Spears the ball towards centre half forward. Here's a chance for Forest Hill.
That's better.
Smythe's kick inside 50, and the leading Jake Rowe. The veteran. So Jake Rowe for Forest Hill's first major of the afternoon. Into the 8-minute mark of the second term. Can he slot it for the Zebras?
Yep.
Yes, he can. Always call upon the experience of Jake Rowe when you're in trouble.
Move him into the midfield, you know, just to create a bit of havoc in there.
Well,
if they leave it the way they're going, they're just getting it away too easy, the Panthers.
Coldstream lead Croydon North Mlock by 122 points at half-time as the ball is back in the middle. Stoneham got the knockdown straight towards Casey, dropped the pill. Little fresh air shot in the middle of the ground there by Smythe. Picked up, though, by Casey. Got the handball out. Spinning on a throop there was Wilkinson. He got the handball away. That was okay, but the pressure is mounting now. And Surrey Park are up towards the half-forward line through Pritchard. The kick goes straight through the midst there of Haynes, but he was up to the task to go after it again. He almost got a push in the back. Secluna was there at hand on knees. Got the handball away. Forrest Hill, big fly there by Wheeler. He got one grab of it. He hit the deck. Coming in for support there was his teammate there in Secluna. But now Surrey Park again. They just keep working the ball forward. But out in front was Berger. He went after it. He copped one over the shoulder. You've got to pay that one. And he'll have a free kick across the centre half back line. Churnside Park, they're leading Kilsyth by 3-6, which is 24. Nunawading trailing Sylvan only by 17 points at half-time, which is a great effort. It's only happening down the road at the moment as Forest Hill go forward again, up towards centre half forward, but Zach Tempany, eyes only for the football, pulls in a good mark. Uses a straight down the guts there, spotted up his teammate in Gale. So Mitch Gale. Normally wears the number 9. They flipped it around today. He's in the 6. Kicks it ball inside forward 50. Waiting at the back there was Creek for Forest Hill. It's still alive though. Berger comes in. He's really holding up and holding his own there across the half back line. Got the handball away. Here's Michael Casey. Gets it now. Forest Hill using the wing position and the opposite as well. Big fly coming at the back there. Couldn't quite get up there where it was Payne. Did really well though on hands and knees. McLaren tried to keep the ball alive or find the boundary line. Pierce Schmidt was there. He was seeing it over. Had teammate Wilkinson there for support, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
I'm not sure if this is a credit to Surrey Hill or whether this is a
That's
fault.
wanting to.
It just rolls off the tongue. I'm not sure whether it's a credit to Surrey Park or just a fault of Forest Hill, but the problem is they're so fiddly coming out of the back line that they're constantly turning it over.
Well, a bit fresh air shot in the middle there by Stoneham. It's come out the back of the pack. Lots of players form around the football, and I do on the bottom of it, and we will have a ball up.
So 11 minutes into this second term. Can Forest Hill wrest back some momentum? Tap one for the Panthers by Pollock. At ground level, he goes in after it again. Pollock and gets a kick away. There's a bit of a twirler off the boot towards right half forward. Ball beat all comers in the end. Zebra's a chance through Parent. He's against 2 Panthers. Keep it in play. Anderson did well in the confined space. Anderson inside 50. 1-on-1 contest. Now, there might have been a grabbing of the arm. It's gone against Lakiana. And
Gav Willoughby, another stalwart of Forest Hill.
That's right. He'll be the recipient of the free kick, Gav Willoughby. Hand pass back. Creek chips the pass to centre half back. Casey's been instrumental across the defensive zone for the Zebras. The kick, well, he had the right idea, but it was good interception from Sam Naidu. Read the play in a superior manner. Naidu at centre wing will wheel onto the right foot. Long ball towards left half forward, going back with the flight. Colopy couldn't quite take the mark. They're under pressure, Willoughby. And is it a free kick for holding the ball? I think it's going to be paid.
Yeah.
Going to be the recipient in any case. Can line up from about 40 metres out. Didn't get a heck of a lot of leverage on that kick. It was a low flat punt, but it's gone through for a minor score. 5-11-41 Surrey Park. Forest Hill 1-1-7.
So halfway through the second, half time around at all other games here. Just brought you those scores, and we'll keep them coming as they unfold, especially in the latter stages. There's a kick up towards the wing position, over the back there, Banfield. He was there in the right spot for the Zebras, kicked it up towards the half-forward line. This is okay. Just got to take their time as well, don't they, as they squeeze the kick in now. Nicely done there by Smythe. Got it away to his teammate in Healy Rotherham, who thumps the ball out towards the Jake Rowe direction. Had to wait for it, did Jakey, and then paddled it towards his team's advantage by about 5 metres. Just enough space to go over in front of Durand, and we'll have a boundary throw-in right in front of the Brethren and the Surrey Park faithful here. Waiting for this one to come back into play.
It's going to get dark already.
Well, we do have some lights out here. Great work by our media manager, Matt Fodia, just keeping everything in check as it comes out now. Just picked it up and then did a little dance almost, Tempany. He did well, and he slammed it on his boot, but he's kicked it too far in the end. You give a guy a wrap, and then he lets you down out of bounds on the full. So another chance now, Healy Rotherham, who's certainly had a bit of the football. Spearing pass, that's a good kick too. A very good kick. Dropping what he definitely should have taken there was David Smythe. Now the Panthers, who had the numbers. Well, Smythe, he was up to the task. Second effort was good there. You totally redeemed yourself, and he will have a ball up 55 metres out.
Dropping that mark just sums up their day so far, yeah.
Just throwing in the Dumb and Dumber comments wherever we can. As it comes out now, little kick by Snibson, was half smothered, so ball's only travelled about 5 metres. Turns was in there, barging his way through Dom Pietro, got the handball out wide towards the wing position. Ducking underneath it there was Anderson, got boot to ball, kicks the ball up towards the half-forward line. It carried both players there. Chasing after it there was Haynes, and so happy to see it over there was Parent. And we will have a boundary throw-in, half-forward line for Surrey Park, Damo.
So approaching the halfway mark of this second term, Surrey Park with that 34-point lead should be far greater, really. 16 scoring shots to 2, and yet a 34-point lead. They've had their chances inside 50. It's still certainly the dominance in their favour, although Forest Hill have come back with some of their possession count increasing over the last 5 minutes. Snibson's kick was smothered. Hand pass came out from Anderson, but it wasn't a hand pass. It was a throw at the end. And it'll be a Forest Hill ball, and Secluda will be the recipient at left half back. So Justin Secluda, he's had a tough time of it so far in this game. Watching his team trail. Long ball down the line towards centre wing. Sharking the pack, Healy Rotherham. Kick partially smothered as a consequence of Panthers work it towards half forward. Trying to dive on top of the football there is Kennedy. Is it over the shoulder? The umpire says no, it'll be a bounce, 60 out from the Panthers goal. So we'll have a ball up once again. See the Forest Hill contingent in the background for those watching the stream.
Cairns keeping them warm, no doubt.
Yes, indeed. Trying to work his way through traffic there. Parrott. They're in a confined space at centre half back. Hand pass comes to Healy Rotherham. He's wrapped up immediately in a crunching tackle. Ball is paddled out. Still on hands and knees. Trying to pick the ball up. Dom Pietro. He's bumped to ground level. Still, no one can really get clean possession out of the pack. That's a good tackle applied there from Gale. And the umpire will call for a bounce. Says there's a bit of a how do you do between the players. Nothing too serious. Have a ball up once again. Almost on the true centre wing position. Broadcast side here at Surrey Park. Turns won the tap as he has for most of the afternoon. Kennedy was looking for Snibson with the hand pass, ill-directed. Smythe in the road, slips over, could be costly. Snibson along the boundary line. Spears the ball laterally towards centre half forward. Good take on the half volley. Trying to work the ball towards Gale with the hand pass. And a good tackle applied. That was a good second effort from Blackiana, who took the initial half volley. Kicked long down towards the Colopy direction. On the bounce, tried to do it soccer style in the Euros. That's a very good effort in that situation. There was a bad tackle though, and Parrott will be the recipient deep inside. Defensive 50 for the Zebras.
And 25 metres to boot, because just getting a little bit lippy out there was Colopy, so don't want to give those ones away. And the thumping kicking towards the Secluna direction. It was a bad bounce there. And he tried to create the Shepherd, which is going to probably work out in their favour here. So here's Healy Rotherham, a looping handball over the top. Gets it back towards the Naylor direction, who got it to him to begin with, who thumps the ball inside forward 50. A 2-on-1 situation. The one wanted it more. He wanted the boundary, did Jordan Winter, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
It seems that every time Forest Hill get it on the boot, they have a bit more luck. I know that was a little messy, but look where the ball is. It's 25 metres outside their goal. I think there's been 5 times this quarter they've been caught handballing in triangles down in their back line, just making no progress.
So it's taking its time to come back in, which I feel is happening a bit today. I don't know if I'm being harsh. Comes out now. Nicely done, Healy Rotherham. Snaps around the body. Out 20 metres out from goal, and you've got to play in front, and that's exactly what Nelson Payne did. And he takes it on the... So Nelson Payne gets pretty close to the man on the mark. He gets underneath it, and the goal umpire really does not move. Straight over his head it goes, and it is a second.
Do you think there's a pulse there for them, Ray?
Sorry?
Is there a pulse for Forest Hill?
Yeah, look, they're in it. As I said before, forget the points, forget the 10 points there, but they're only 3 goals down, and then work on it.
28 points, but...
Yeah, I know, well, you get the goals first.
3 goals, 10.
If they could snare another one.
That's right. That's a fair point. Back in the middle, Secluda trying to pick the ball up.
I'm trying to bring a positive into it, mate.
Hey, I'm on your side here, Ray. I like it.
Look, they've improved since the first quarter. Maybe not having a lot of luck.
They've doubled their last score almost in the last 30 seconds.
Helps when you haven't got much on the board already. You can tell I'm a glass half empty type of person as we have a third bounce. They have a third bounce in the middle as Healy Rotherham's helped to his feet by his opponent in Naidu. So set in motion once again. Turns, got it down to Naidu. Back it comes to Turns with the hand pass. Stipson receives the hand pass. Tumbles a punt towards right half forward. It was an ill-directed kick. The hand pass went over the head of the intended target. Secluda for the Zebras. Trying to work back and keep his feet was Naylor. Now, is that deliberate against Naidu? The umpire says no. It'll be a throw-in, true centre wing position.
I think we had a bit better glimpse of that than the umpire did. That looked very deliberate. There was no other intention there, I don't think.
It was 100% deliberate.
So the ball in once again. Turns has been dominant in the ruck. Didn't win the tap out on this occasion, though. Pritchard scouting the pack. Loses his feet. Was he taken to ground illegally? No, he wasn't. Secluda worked it back to Healy Rotherham, who fumbled the ball. Pritchard again on hands and knees. Tried to tap it out to his teammate Ed Mulder. Now the Zebras have the numbers to work it forward. Chip pass in the direction there of Wilkinson. Couldn't quite hold the mark. Ripped the ground there as Bamfield at a crunching gang tackle. Applying it there for the Zebras was Wilkinson, and we'll have a bounce.
Just going back to that previous play, Healy Rotherham, 3 great efforts, one after the other.
Yep.
He's been good today. His presence has been felt for Forest Hill. So Turns got a little bit of a half tap on that one that's gone out of play right in front of our broadcast position. So 5-11 for the 2-1. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast wherever you may be listening or watching, whether it's on the SEN app, Radio Eastern 98.1, or via the stream on the EFNL Facebook page or YouTube page. And scouting the pack there, Dom Pietro's had his moments, particularly earlier on in this quarter. He's gang tackled. So a 28-point margin as we have eclipsed the time on period in this second term. Turns wins the tap. No one at ground level for Surrey Park, however. Healy Rotherham received the hand pass from Smythe. His kick didn't have enough leverage. And intercepting there was Dom Pietro. Kick towards right half forward. Latching onto the loose ball. A chance for Anderson. Squares the ball up inside 50. The bounce was a little bit fickle in the end for Lakiana. It's still a chance in the forward pocket for that player. Diving on top of the football in defence is Berger, who's been relatively resolute. And we see it out of play.
8-point lead to Vermont over Doncaster East, 8 minutes into the third quarter. Doncaster East wayward kicking at the moment. 5-9 to 7-5.
Wonder if it's windy in their area too.
Traditionally in this municipality, it does create a bit of a wind tunnel. As it comes out now, as the ball goes towards a Pritchard direction on the bottom, Dom Pietro, Healy Rotherham over the top of him. Let's have another ball up. 22 minutes gone. A 28-point lead to the home side, Surrey Park, who really have dominated this first half. Forest Hill have come back into play in the last 5 or so minutes. As a kick forward by Dom Pietro under a fair old bit of pressure has seen it go out of bounds on the full.
Gone into the old cricket nets there. It's interesting, isn't it? Surrey Park have dominated, but still a 28-point margin. If the Zebras were to get a goal or two late in this term, it almost belies the way the game has been played, and there's still technically a chance.
They certainly are, but they've got to get a spark somewhere, Damo.
Healy Rotherham thumps the ball up, big turns, went up uncontested really in the end, couldn't quite pull the mark down. Willoughby was over his opponent there in McLaren. The ball spills out. Surrey Park kick inside forward 50. Lux of Fortune Molnar was in the front spot. And he'll kick from the 50, but I think he might be a little bit too far out here, but almost looks like he's going to back himself. Eyes going left and right, but eventually he'll start his run up. So, got the call from the cheap seats of Matt Fodia that there's no chance he'll kick it. As he comes in now. 55 metres out, set sail, goes very, very long. It goes nearly all the way and it was touched on the line.
It wasn't a bad effort, was it?
And through for a minor score. So,
They are a big set of quads he's rocking. I thought they might have a bit of power in there.
So the Zebra boys behind the goals.
Giving him advice with a beer in hand.
Yeah, that's it. Normally they'd be pointing and shouting, but everyone's hands in pockets today, unless you're holding that very so can. There's Forest Hill, chance to bring the ball back in. Well, they had the chance because it's a kick in. Stoneham was the flyer in the front spot, brought to ground level. Over the top of it there was Burgess. Pio says, give it to me, boys, and we'll have a restart here. It's a 29-point lead at the moment to the home side. As the whistle goes, so there was something happened in the ruck contest there. I think a bit of shepherding against Stoneham. So turns. 55 metres out. Stoneham just needs to calm down. He doesn't want to give away 25 here as the ball goes in. Big fist away, big slap away that time there by Banfield. It was as good as a kick really in the end as it paddles out towards the Naidu direction. Over around the pill, Forest Hill a chance to knock it on through Cicluna, who used the middle of the ground. He was looking for Casey, got barged out of it. Quick kick out of the pack, goes up towards the top of the goal square even in the end. Nicely done there by Jose. The umpire's blown his whistle, and which way will it go? It's a free kick to the Panthers. Beauty. But nonetheless, Henderson will have a shot. He comes in now, 30 metres out, directly in front, and a gun barrel straight. Sees Surrey Park get the answer that they've been looking for.
I believe that Forest Hill are over handball. Instead of putting the ball to the boot more often and try and get some meterage. You know, it doesn't have to be pretty football. Just get meterage. Because the way they're going, if they keep playing this style of football, it's going to be a huge blowout.
Absolutely. So 35 points the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 6-12 to 2-1. Back in the middle, turns, wins a tap for Surrey Park. It's at ground level. It looks as if we'll have a secondary bounce as a gang tackle is applied. Gale, one of those. As the sun bathes itself upon this ground here at Surrey Park with the clouds looming in the background. Certainly they're looming for Forest Hill at the moment. Naidu got the kick off the ground almost instantaneously. Taken to ground was Naylor. The big tackle there. Kennedy, one of the tacklers.
I've never seen so many excited faces from the Forest Hill forwards as I just did then. The ball was about to come inside that forward 50 for the first time in a little while.
35-point margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Oh, come
Naylor.
on, ump. Oh, that free kick.
Yeah, Naylor put his head over the ball. The umpire was not paying the free kick.
Still head high. Should have been a free kick.
Yeah, the Forest Hill contingent certainly getting behind you there, eh? It did look to be a free kick. Turns, won the tap in the direction, in defence.
Too easy, too easy.
Garvin, they're just clearing it with ease, consummate ease at the moment, the Panthers. Naidu will wait for the loose ball. It won't fall in his direction. Parent just tumbles a punt inside 50. It's a fickle bounce. Waiting at the back was Payne, who's kicked a goal so far for Forest Hill. Still no one can get clean possession. Trying to kick the ball off the ground, Cam Banfield, who's had his moments in this game. Getting tackled there was Rudd, and will have a bounce deep inside the 450 for the Zebras. Can they steal a goal at the cusp of half-time?
Well, they'll be certainly hoping so as Turns got it down. A quick kick out of the pack there. It might have gone through by Wilkinson, but it didn't because it went out of bounds on the full.
Yeah. It was a good effort, good effort.
Well, they had to be quick and swift, and it's exactly what they did. So the Panthers, short passes on, Winter in the goal square now. Use the grandstand side, screaming for players to make way and make position, and it was a good kick too. Perfect kick to George Haynes. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Ray's getting frustrated as the kick goes down the wing position, and a nice mark too on the second bite, taken by Mitch Molnar.
It's been good.
Eminem. As the siren sounds to announce half-time out here at Surrey Park, and, well, in what was a We hope you're enjoying the broadcast out here today through the SEN app, of course 98.1 Radio East, and through YouTube and Facebook via the EFNL web pages. Well, we've gone through one half. We've got one half to go. We're going vegetarian today because Tyson's on the team and the hot chips are not too far away. Stay with us and we'll be back to go through all those around the ground scores right after this.
Thanks, that guys. 4-minute break. Back after that.
Can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won.
Back to Surrey Park Reserve, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Panther Pit and it is purring at the moment. Surrey Park 6-12-48, Forest Hill 2-1-13, and the only thing really keeping the Zebras in it is the inability of the Panthers to put it through the big sticks. Matthew Foddy here, joined by Ryan Long and Josh Ward. Boys, you've been braving the conditions out there on centre wing for us, and what can you take from us from the contest, Ryan, in that first half. Surrey Park they're very much worth their 35-point lead. But I think Forest still showed signs in those last 10 to 15 minutes.
You're right. I thought the second quarter was a lot different to the first. They did start to get their hands on the footy, which is something in that first, especially that first 15 minutes, that first quarter. They did not touch the ball, really. It was just inside 50 after inside 50 for Surrey Park. But, I mean, what I know, so I spoke to Matty Duono, the assistant coach of Forest Hill, at quarter time, and all the messages that were coming at the group, it was all positive. It was not you. I mean, you do expect when you've barely kicked the ball, you haven't kicked a goal, and you're down by should have been down by 40,
10 goals.
Yeah,
10 goals.
Yeah, it should be at least a 7-8 goal trail. You thought there'd be a bit of anger there, but it was real positive, and they really did highlight the back line, that back six, who I actually thought have been pretty good. I know the inaccuracy is something that is not really in their control. That's Surrey Park's issues, but they have held themselves up. I thought they've contested. They've been pretty contested one-on-one with the forward, with Surrey Park's forward. So, I mean, they've kept themselves in it, but it certainly does feel a lot more than a 7-goal game.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh, Surrey Park have... Well, I thought early on Forest Hill actually won the first couple of stoppages, and then after that, Surrey Park have dominated whenever there's been a stoppage. They seem to walk it out at times, whether it's from their defensive 50 or at the early stages of that second quarter out of the centre square.
Yeah, it looked like on centre wing as well. It was just pretty much a walk in the park, a training drill really for Surrey Park. And across half-back as well, they were transitioning the ball really well. I was particularly impressed by Cal Garvin with his run off that half-back line and on the wing as well. But
now I'm not sure you'd follow Surrey Park on social media as well. Now, they put up a post the other week, and I think Callum got second best on in his debut game.
Yes,
they said he had ballet at 12, footy at 2. I'd need you to chase up on that because he's moving like a ballet dancer, but I don't know whether they were taking the mickey out of him or not.
Yeah, well, I have played some games with him in my junior career as well, and I've watched him play as well. He did really move like a ballet person and
dancer.
I should know how. Been to too many ballet concerts, but he's just been moving really well off that half-back line, being released well by the midfielders as well.
They've been very, very good. I think, as you said, Ryan, Berger and Willoughby and co down in defence have actually done all right, but it's a lot of one-on-ones, and when the ball's in there that often, you're not going to keep it at bay at all costs. And to be honest, Surrey Park, if anything, I know Tyson and Ray have been big on Forest Hill over possessing. If anything, I think Surrey Park have also probably over-handballed, and that's probably why they're 6-12 rather than 12-6, probably not getting the opportunities they should get. As we go around the grounds in Premier Division, Bourne look like they're going to get another win, 11-9-75, leading Doncaster 5-4-34. Blackburn 7-11-53, inaccurate as well. They lead North Ringwell by 10 points, 6-7-43. Norwood and South Croydon, it's a scrappy one out there. Norwood 2-5, South Croydon 1-4. Noah Park 10-7, lead Berwick by 30 points, and as mentioned by BWS on countless occasions, Donny Easter going okay.
Bit of a surprise.
They're 5-7, Vermont 7-4-46, so no real surprises there. Mitcham 11-16-82, lead Upper Gully 1-3-9. Mooroolbark 6-6-42, lead Wanturna South 4-6-30. We'll have to go to Twitter for Park Orchards and East Ringwood, which we do. East Ringwood 5-4-34 at three-quarter time, leading Park Orchards 3-9-27. And sorry, at three-quarter time at Norwood, it's Norwood 4-7-31 to South Croydon 1-6-12. So a big day there for the Wooders. In Division 2, Boronia 6-8-44. The Basin 4-7-31. Knox were up by 20 points last time we saw against Mulgrave. Ringwood lead by 22 over South Belgrave. Heathmont by 29 over Templestowe. In Division 3, Glen Waverley are up by 3 goals over East Burwood. Spider Lee sending us the text messages there begrudgingly. Warrandyte 7-6-48 to Whitehorse 3-4-22. Ferntree Gully inaccurate 3-13-31 trail Waverley Blues 5-7-37. So the Gully with more of the shots but can't hit the front, and of course Scoresby Fair Park is later on today. And in Division 4, Coldstream 28-10 178 to Croydon North 1-1-7. Churnside Park 8-9-57 to Kilsyth 6-3-39. So a good showing by Kilsyth. Nuttawading 4-6-30, Trail Sylvan 7-5-47, and again a great showing there by Nuttawading, and of course our game here today 6-12-48. Surrey Park, Forest Hill 2-1-13 as we flick onto social media for any updates. Croydon 10-10-70 lead Bayswater 8-4-52 at three-quarter time. What do Forest Hill have to do, gents, to get back into this one? I know there's a multitude of things they need to do, but what are the 2 or 3 things you really think they could do? Personally, I think they've just got to try and you know, just take a deep breath. They seem to be just getting it and panicking and kicking it. Let's be a bit more controlled going forward.
You're right, they are rushing a bit. They have multiple times in that second quarter, they've had options open. They've had players in their forward half that do have plenty of space. So if they do take that couple extra seconds to have a look inside, if the short kicks hit up a target and they can get some more scoring options. And just on Luke Francis, that is confirmed out for the rest of the game. So they will be 2 down.
Francis is out as well.
Yeah, so they do need with an ankle injury, so that was strapped up, but he didn't return in that second quarter. So they will need to start early in the third quarter to get some score on the board, because they will struggle on them in the last quarter with the run.
I have to say that that they need to up their pressure in that forward line as well. Surrey Park, they've been locking in that forward line. They've been creating goals through their pressure, or chances through their pressure as well. I think Forest Hill have got to do that, and then they have a big chance to come back into the game.
Absolutely. Ryan, Josh, thanks very much. One final score before we go to our break. Glen Waverley 43, East Burwood 35, 20 minutes into the third quarter. It's time for a break here on EFNL Match of the Round. On the other side of it will be the second half between Surrey Park and Forest Hill, with the Panthers in front by 35 points.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener.
Thanks for that, guys. Another 4 minutes.
Number 1 news, Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the
looking for Colopy, who was waiting out the back. Cutting across there was Haynes for Surrey Park. Inadvertently got in the way, I think. Still on the outer side. Turns. Gets the hand pass back, has plenty of support in the aid of Winter, who kicks it inside 50, or just to the top of the 50, and the Panthers can work it through. Long towards the top of the goal square, waiting at the back. Pritchard almost took the mark on his chest, tries to wheel around, gives it off to his teammate in Tempany. His kick was smothered. Colopy taken the ground. Comedy of errors deep inside the forward line for the Panthers, and I think we'll have some respite, potentially. Tackle from Lacchiata, not rewarded. Still the ball in dispute. Waiting at the back was Stimpson. Now Pritchard just tacks it on the boot on the left foot to the top of the goal square. Was looking there for Anderson. Couldn't quite take it, but sharking the pack there is Gale, and Gale's shot is a minor score.
I tell you what, that was a heated bit of football there, wasn't it? Both sides were going in willy-nilly.
Well said, Ray. I was about to say, I don't like to predict bad things, but this has got, there's a fight about to happen written all over it. You can feel the tension from up here, and I'm so glad I'm nowhere near Mr. Berger, because he's a tough-looking man.
8-16-64 to 3-1-19 in Surrey Park's favour on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Great call, Damo. Point of the year as it comes in now. Forest Hills way.
Catch my breath.
Turds. He got the knockdown. Ball spills out. Quick kick in the middle, and it's an open forward 50 here. If the ball can bounce favourably for Forest Hill, eventually it does to Jakey Rowe, who gave the don't argue handball away to his teammate in Casey. Well, they're coughing it up here. It's just not clicking for him today, is it? And no luck either as the ball goes out. Surrey Park just willing the ball forward now. It's across their half-forward line. Little chop across the shoulders there. Kick off the ground by Jake Rowe out towards Cicluna, who just swings around now. Always a good kick of the football. Drives it inside forward 50. Did well, his Wilkinson. This way, that way. Handball back in. Maybe you've spotted up Payne. His handball back 20 metres. Went to the hyphen Healy Rotherham, who got it to Cicluna, who they're just trying to do something and get it inside forward 50, which they did, but dropping what he should have taken was Payne. His second effort will see the ball being thrown up with Michael Casey. Just really hard avenue to goal for Forest Hill. It's not working for them. Casey reminds me of the baddie that Indiana Jones killed in Last Crusade on the helicopter. And he really does. Up and under kick. I had to say that. It's been doing my head in all day.
Just had to get it off your chest.
That's it. So there he is there. I think you might remember. And yeah.
I was never
he gets chopped up by the propeller in the end. So just umpire throws it up now. Little knock over the top. Comes out. Quick kick there forward by Banfield. About 30 metres out from goal still. A lot of players surrounding this football. Tempany got stripped of it. It probably should have got paid holding the ball there. Quick kick around the body that time though by Wheeler. Over the top. Ooh. Oh, and the little toe poke didn't go through by Snipson, but he got the desired result and one behind. Time on here now in the third term. 64 plays 20. It's a 44-point lead to the home side.
Stimpson in the right back pocket, looks out wide. There's a one-on-one contest. The man in front there, looked as if it was Garvin. Wasn't paid, it fell to ground anyway. Chance now for the Zebras, into the path of Rowe. Paddles it to his advantage in the pocket. And he might try and see it over the line. Garvin was with him. It does go over. We'll have a throw in deep in the forward pocket for the Zebras.
Baronia by 2 goals over the basin. Now this is a very important game. Hawk season on the line. It's over. They've won by 2 goals.
I was going to say, how far into the game they've prevailed. Yeah. That's a big win for Baronia.
Huge. I think we'll have to get Matty Clark on the show tomorrow morning on EFNL Sunday.
Hope he wasn't listening to pre-game, by the way. Emotion.
I'm sure Matt will remind him in the morning of any such comments that might have been said.
We'll have a bit of a physical altercation in the background.
Yeah.
Players just unleashing their frustrations.
That's a great win by Baronia.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Keep the scores coming in. Got a bit of a stoppage in play here.
They'll eventually sort themselves out.
Yellow card to the runner.
To the runner.
The runner getting involved.
Oh. Old mate's not happy either.
You can't get away with much when you've got a hot pink shirt on like that, can you?
That's right.
Not too sure what happens in that situation as far as a runner goes. It's actually an interesting question. Does that mean the runner can be replaced?
Well, they've got 2 off the field with injuries, and now they could be 1 short of a runner. It's a bad day for Forest Hill.
Final score between Noble Park and Berwick, and it was a gallant effort by the Wickers, but the Bulls have prevailed in the end by 20 points.
It was actually the Surrey Park runner, boys. He's going over to the Surrey Park huddle.
Ah, okay, there you go. In the meantime, Rowe's going to have a shot.
He's
and
been gifted a 25
metre penalty, so he should kick the goal, you would think, from here, top of the goal square. So the veteran, Jakey Rowe, had a member of the crowd saying you wouldn't bet on him kicking it, but you'd be pretty comfortable with his experience. He's right in front, point-blank range. Should kick Forest Hill's 4th major of the day, and he does so with consummate ease. So Rose on the board, 4-2-26 Forest Hill, trailing Surrey Park, 8-16-64, late in the 3rd quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Jake Rose kicked 2 of their 4 goals.
Yes.
I'd still move him into the midfield.
And why is that, Ray?
Because he's in and under player. They're getting smashed in the clearances.
So the time on
put your
sign is put up.
Put your best players where the ball is, Ben. That's why.
38 minutes have passed. 38 points is the margin. Out here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Back in the middle now. Handball over the top. Pierce Schmidt is in there. Goes in after it again. Big man sat on the top there of Francis. Or Pritchard. And Pritchard's been okay for the Panthers today,
Yes.
I feel. Presented well. Trapping it there was Wheeler.
Kicked a goal in the 1st quarter. By 8 of a 25-metre penalty, but still.
Doesn't matter how you kick them as long as they go through,
Correct.
as they say. It's speak of the devil, Pritchard. He just paddled it and copped one. So
Played for Bayswater back in the day, James Pritchard. I think he was part of their premiership team a few years back.
Oh, not too sure on that one. But you're the oracle.
Might be at reserves potentially, reserves level.
Well done.
Oh, you were calling the reserves that day, Damo.
Possibly.
That's not like you. So we've got final score coming in, and Baldwin have done it comfortably over Doncaster, who are on a bit of a roll, the Sharks. But I'll tell you what, when you talk about a roll, the Baldwin Tigers are in fine form in the Premier Division at the moment. 96-49, that final score. Right in front of us here. Doesn't get much closer. We're basically on top of the play.
Lovely balcony here at Surrey Park.
Certainly is. A little bit dark out here. The lights are on, which is helpful. As the kick goes up towards the wing position. Bounces away from Healy Rotheran, who threw the head back in disbelief. He just wanted it to fall straight his way, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. And the final scores are coming through. If you're out at the ground today, be sure to let us know. Hope your team won.
Well, a free kick's going to be picked out of the pack here. Healy Rotheran will be the recipient.
Vermont lead Doncaster East by 3 points.
Oh, gee.
In the final term.
Healy Rotheran on the right foot will keep up with that score, no question about that. Towards right half forward, sharking the pack there for the Sharks, for the Panthers rather, was Tempany. Deep inside the defensive zone, and a good kick towards centre wing, and Pollock takes a well-judged mark.
Croydon have beaten Bayswater by 2 points, 76-74. What a game.
Wow, very tight contest. Number of interesting results coming through and keep them coming.
North Ringwood have beaten Blackburn.
Oh.
That's all I've got. I've just got a text North Ringwood have beaten Blackburn.
Wow, that's an upset.
Gee, that makes a race at the bottom of the ladder at relegation. That puts them on equal games now with Roval.
Gee, who'd have thought? Slap out the back, Kennedy overran it. Casey with the hand pass, and Forest still work it out of their defensive zone. Kick comes from Berger. It's been valiant all day. That's a good mark at the centre of the ground, taken by McLaren.
Blackburn could not win at home. They cannot win a game at home. They haven't won a game since they've changed their rooms at home. They haven't. What a fantastic win by North Ringwood, and thanks to Steve Wooten for sending that one through. The final score out there was 10-8-68 to 7-13-55.
Chance now for the Panthers. Durand with the hand pass. The umpire says he ran too far without bouncing the ball, so it'll be a Forest Hill kick. Casey will be the recipient. So Casey on the outer side. Almost 27 minutes have ticked over in this third quarter. Surrey Park leading by 38 points. And I'm sure the Zebras players just happy to get their hands on the footy as Berger takes the mark. Left half back. Chips it inboard. That's a good kick. Good spot up. A nice precise kick onto the chest there of Gavin Willoughby. It was okay early for Forest Hill. Spearing ball towards left half forward. It's a poor kick. Really to no target in particular. And the Panthers can work it out on the outer side. Mark taken by Anderson. Anderson chips inboard. Didn't really gain the required meterage, but Gale took it on the half volley in any case. They have support. Ball in the middle. Bit of a fumble there from Dom Pietro. Casey trying to latch away. Tried to feed the hand pass out. He's gang tackled to the ground and will have a bounce.
There's been a couple of Forest Hill boys getting fiery. Todd Berger leading by example. It would be nice for a little bit of that spark to spread around the team. Not to start a fight necessarily, but just to get the team up and about.
Exactly right.
So, knock over the back there, Naylor. It's the deck.
Having said that, though, it's been a 2 goals 4 to a 2 goal 1 quarter. 3 points ahead to Surrey Park, so they've put in a better effort.
East Burwood have beaten the Glen Waverley Hawks by 8 points. The ball's back in place. Akluna wrestles away with Burrell as the siren sounds to announce three-quarter timeout here at Surrey Park. And well, most games are finished and there's some close games coming through and some good scores. Keep them coming. The sting's gone out of this one, 64-26 at three-quarter timeout here. 8-16, 64 to 4-26. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 1 quarter to go here on the SEN app, 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys. 4-minute break, and then we'll be back again after that.
Down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout them a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or for some people, show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $255 a year on water and energy bills. Save the performance for the stage. Shower shorter. Save water.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
You've all been to funerals of family members or friends, right? Do you start thinking about what you would want at your funeral? It's a bit like when you go to a wedding. At what stage do you start planning?
Have an open and honest conversation with your loved ones. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Eastland, we believe one day isn't enough to celebrate all that our beautiful mums do. That's why we're celebrating Happy Mother's Days, the festival of love she deserves. From dining to fashion, homewares or a pampering session, Eastland has all your favourite brands ready to spoil mum. And if you need inspiration, check out our online gift guides. Spend $250 and you'll go in the running to win a $50 Eastland gift card till May 8th. T's and C's apply. Find out more at eastland.com.au. Eastland, live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run
60 seconds, guys.
or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, the preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back.
10.
Hey, good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome back to the Panther Bit here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's Surrey Park, 8-16-64, leading Forest Hill 4-2-26 at three-quarter time. The game is petering out, and we will get some scores from around the grounds as they come to us. But
Boundary.
We're going to cross boundary side down to Josh Ward.
I'm here now with David Jensen. David, it's been a pretty good game.
Been really good. We're really happy with that. There's parts of our game that we still need to get a little bit better at. But overall, I think it's the pressure that's keeping us in the position that we're in at the minute.
You've transitioned. You've done every aspect of this game so well. What have you been most impressed by out of getting it out of the midfield and transitioning from defence?
Our transition is something that we work extremely hard on during training, so running both ways is extremely important to us. But again, our bread and butter is that defensive side of our game. And the thing that I am most impressed with is the pressure all over the ground. It's not in certain areas, it's over the whole ground. And every time they get the footy, they're under pressure, which I'm rapt to see.
What's the message for the boys into this fourth quarter?
Just to continue, be a little bit cleaner, overusing the football a little bit, particularly towards the end of that last quarter, but let's get cleaner, stop overusing the football, more direct.
Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you there, Josh. Down with Surrey Park coach David Jensen. And we're about to go back into the centre. Ben Warren-Smith to take over.
And a big thanks to Damien Watson, who's headed into the SEN studios. You get my dulcet tones for the whole last quarter here. What a treat you have. Naylor, inside forward 50, he goes for Forest Hill. Bouncing football goes out. Griffiths was in front spot there. He was under a fair old bit of pressure. Ball goes towards the boundary line. Wilkinson was there to lay a bit of pressure and will go over the boundary line and out of bounds right underneath the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And let's go to Ryan Long, who's boundary side.
Yeah, I was just listening to Justin Sagaloon at three-quarter time. He was actually quite pleased with that third quarter. They sort of got themselves back in the game, not on the scoreboard, but even around the ground. He's playing for respect in this last quarter. They want to be bold, they want to lower their eyes, hit up targets. And they also just noted James Rowe's goal in the third quarter. No one came over to celebrate. No one gave him a high five. Want to see more passion, more enthusiasm.
Okay, so there's been some argy-bargy. Pritchard gave a free kick to Naylor. Naylor didn't think that was enough, so he gave Pritchard a little shove and the umpire reversed it. So nothing going right for the Zebras this afternoon as Pritchard drives the ball up towards centre half forward. Kennedy was in there. Well done by Berger. Forest Hill's best player today. He gets it back again. Over the top he goes to another one of their better players. Casey over the top he goes. Into pressure to Naylor. Back to Casey who squeezed to kick out towards the Smythe direction, who's been very quiet. Handball back through the middle of the ground. Went through the arms there of Naylor. He'll have to go after it again. He knocked it back to his teammates' advantage. Little shove in the back. The umpire, the non-officiating umpires paid that one and will have a free kick going the way of Forest Hill. So the hyphen, Healy Rotherham screaming for it in the guts. Short passes on over the top of Healy Rotherham. And swinging around now. Up towards centre half forward. An up and under kick. Panthers have the numbers at the fall. The kick goes out towards the broadcast position. It was looking and couldn't quite find the big Mitch Molnar. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Boundary umpire just having a chuckle with the fans down there.
He's had a hard day at the office, that boundary umpire.
Good on him. And bit easy knockdown that time by Turn. So was it from the stoppage, Surrey Park had their chance there, but the Secluna, Forest Hill, a little throw was being given there. They just can't take a trick, can they, Smythe? He just paddled it up. And be a free kick going the way of Surrey. Late game out here today. 3 minutes gone. Kick goes down the wing position. Picked up there by Naylor, who's had a lot of the football in this final term so far, but he got stripped of it holding the ball. Blackburn, it was a quick free, paid.
I wasn't sure he touched it.
Yeah, very quick. Goes up towards the half-forward line now. And the mark has been strongly taken there by Will Burgess, who switches the play. It was a risky kick, but playing coach Justin Secluna took the mark and got slung afterwards, and you've got to give a 25-metre penalty for that, and he got it.
It was the umpire off the play that put that 25-metre penalty on. He has been the better of the two umpires today, the younger guy.
Short passes on. I can't believe you just said that, Ray.
Well, he is younger. Yep. They're all younger than me, Ben.
As Willoughby on hands and knees. Slowly.
I'm going to interrupt this with a couple of scores.
Excellent.
Norwood 52 have defeated South Croydon 34. As you know, Baldwin have defeated Doncaster by 47 points. Blackburn have lost to North Ringwood by 13.
Yeah.
A big win for the Saints. And Noble Park have defeated Berwick by 20. In Division 1, Park Orchards have just got over the line with what we can assume is one of the last kicks of the day. 5-14-44. Defeating East Ringwood 6-6-42. And Mooroolbark defeated Wanton South by 14 points.
And Vermont have just kicked 2 goals. That game's still going against Donny East, but it's all over. The Eagles will win. Handball over the top. Comes towards McLaren, whose handball was a hospital one. And be a ball up here.
Noble, as I said, Noble Park 12-10-82. Defeated Berwick 10-62.
So, kick goes out. Bruce is going to bring out the strap in a minute as it comes out. Stoneham. Quick kick up towards the half-forward line. Nicely done. Naylor roved it. Squeezed a kick up towards the top of the goal square. Wilkinson's there. Palmed off one opponent. Couldn't palm off the second. Jack McLaren, what a fantastic tackle. It should be rewarded. It won't be, though.
Should have been.
And we'll have a ball up.
Mitcham, 103, defeated Upper Gully 15. I had it written the wrong way around. I was about to say, Jesus. And as Ben mentioned before three-quarter time, Croydon defeated Bayswater by 2 points, 76-74. So they and Mooroolbark gain a game on East Ringwood.
Interesting stuff as free kick going the way of
Knox 73, defeated Mulgrave 53, and Baronia by 11 points over the Basin.
So Nelson Payne comes in, and this time the ha-ha is on him as it goes through for one behind.
I was going to say, that would have been a really nice one for him to kick, because then they would have only been 8 goals behind.
Whitehorse 4-8-32, Trail Warrandyte 10-10-70, Furniture Gully 3-16-34, Trail Waverley Blues 5-10-40. And as we mentioned, East Burwood have defeated Glen Waverley 60-52.
Well, an absolute worm burner of a kick went out to the half-back line, picked up by Smythe, and goes after it again, got the handball away, couldn't hit the target, but Casey was there, thumps it on his boot, inside forward, 50 out in front there was Wilkinson, handball back to Secluna, boundary line beats all players, will throw it in. Getting very dark out here at Surrey Park.
Coldstream lead by 230 points.
How many to Fritsch?
I will check for you, but I doubt it'll be in as of yet.
Kick goes, ball still floating around that half-forward line for Forest Hill. Secluna got it to Casey, who copped a knee to the head.
Sylvan lead by 80 points over Nuttawading, and Kilsyth lead by 60 points over Churnside, lead by 60 points over Kilsyth. That's twice I've almost got the wrong fans excited.
Yeah. At least you left religion out of it this time as it comes out towards the weak position. Bouncing football out. Who's going to lead the race? It's Anderson. He's got 2 players to beat. Healy Rotherham was there, and he just Tiggy Touchwood. Tell you what, free kick paid against. Pokes the kick up towards, sort of the half-forward line, I guess, as Colopy. He's kicked 2 goals today, the Dazza.
Vermont have won by 16 points.
Vermont have beaten Doncaster East. Kick goes inside forward 50. Standing strong, Willoughby takes the mark. Kicks it on the left that time. Nelson. Sorry, not Nelson. Naylor. No, that was definitely kick handball up towards the half forward line. Sometimes all you can do is laugh. As it comes out, Wheeler linked up well. Little handball in towards the middle. Here's Casey, just fended off and did well. Got the handball in towards the middle of the ground. Put Bamford under a lot of pressure. Kennedy was there to mop up for Surrey Park. Got the handball back towards Garvin. Kick goes scrambling up towards the half forward line though for the Panthers. Will it sit up okay for them? Burrell picked it up eventually, got the handball backwards. It goes towards Winter, whose handball goes back towards Burrell. The ball just did an absolute wrong and on him that time. And in slow motion, the ball hits the deck and we'll have a ball up. And David Smythe has got some solid ink. Get a close up of that, Leroy. Good work. Very impressive. Umpire throws it up now. Knocked forward, picked up on the ground, and well done there by Burgess. And now the Zebras goes back towards Smythe under a lot of pressure, tackled by Kennedy. Picked up now by Anderson, and we will have a ball up.
The idea was right, but that handball was like a bullet to a guy that's only standing 2.5 metres away from you. You got no chance to get it.
Stoneham, big fly, got them knocked down this time. It's a scrappy game, isn't it? As it kick goes off the ground and finds Jordan Winter. He takes it on his chest, and that's a beautiful kick into the middle of the ground. Let's try and open something up here. Naidu was going to go left, instead he went right. And he kicked it to a 3-on-1 contest. Stoner was at the back, Hilly Rotherham at the front. Numbers, though, with the Panthers. Anderson's little handball off. Stoneham got a kick off the ground into the middle. Picked up, though, by Dom Pietro for Surrey Park, who kicks it to the top of the goal square. Turns was there. He nearly took it on the second bite. Over the back it goes. It's only about 5 or so metres out. Kalopi was there for Surrey. Willoughby dives in and we'll have a ball up. Only about 5 metres out from goal. Oh, a bit further. 15 metres out. Pike calling for rucks to go at it. Stoneham, easy knockout that time. Has got good meterage on that. Hilly Rotherham sees it over the boundary line and out. .64 plays 27, 10 minutes gone. Final term. As the kick goes, well, the palm back to Naylor. Second effort was good. Surrey, though. Kick forward by Kennedy, and he pokes it to the right-hand side. So minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10.5 gone. 8-17-65. 25 scoring shots to 7. 4-3-27 the Zebras on EFNL game day. Aaron Creek.
If you're going to give Forest Hill any credit, you've got to give their credit. In the second half, they've had a go. You know, their skill hasn't been there, and they haven't been able to win the ball, but they've had a go.
Kick goes out, though, by Creek. Banfield. Fresh air shot. Kick goes forward now for Surrey. Inside 450, Kalopi. That was a good mark. Good jukes. Eyes for the football. With two special commentators saying nothing. As Paul Kalopi, I'm going to back him in from here. Starts it left and works it back magnificently. That was well-weighted kick. Sat it up nicely and he's pretty happy. Later on in the year, all of a sudden, Surrey Park have said, how about us?
It's certainly been a battle because that's the first goal for the last quarter on what we're 12 minutes in. So not pretty to watch, but a battle.
Pye throws it up, comes out now to Dom Pietro. He had 3 Zebras he had to beat then. Big man Pollock Got it away. Stoneham lays a tackle and we'll have a ball up.
Isn't it a strange game? Like, watching it from here, you would assume it's wet, it's windy, it's cold. Well, it is cold,
is
but
cold.
it doesn't deserve to be as... I'm not... Is it still windy? Those trees have gone a little bit still.
Up top, they're waving.
And they're on a lean, though. They're just on a permanent lean.
Comes in now. Here's Pollock. He just picked it up and he wanted to go goalward in the end, and it was a kick that went off the side of the boot. Forest Hill now with their chance to... Out of that danger zone, big fly over the back there by Banfield. Almost gave one in the back. Winter at the back to mop up for Surrey Park. Handball over the top. This looks promising. Here's Snibson. Squeezed to kick about 35 metres out directly in front and taking a strong mark. Harry.
What do you reckon, BWS? Has he got it?
Well, it's so dark I can barely see him. But he'll kick from 45 and he... Yes, I'm going to say yes. And he kicks a goal. Straight through the middle. Gun barrel straight, in fact, it was. That's his second good goal there by Harry. And that's 10 now.
Over there and get them to turn every light on in the joint. I reckon it would be as bright as daylight.
Which tower, though, are we
the
talking
big one
about?
on the right over there, mate. That big tall one.
Yep, I think that's the Chen. Box Hill. Oh, it's Sky One, actually.
Sky One, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
the Chen's the gold one, across two.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Most people's care factor below 0 on that one. As it comes out, Pritchard on the left boot goes inside 450. Kalopi was there at the follow ball. Molnar also. Kalopi goes after it again. Parent, little quick kick out of that danger zone. Bouncing football. Pollock was there. Over top there was Naylor, who got it there. Wilkinson, he had to lay a fair bit of pressure. Second effort was very good there, Wilkinson. He brought the ball in, and we will have a ball up. It was a 2-on-1 situation. So Wilkinson did well in the ruck contest that time. He had to go up, little handball over the top, and now it might break open here for Forest Hill as the handball goes in towards the Banfield direction. He trapped it, then just banged it on his boot. Big fly by the Casey at the back. Oh, you've got to almost pay that one in these conditions. You've paid worse already as it comes out now. The scrambling kick out towards the half back line. Oh, geez, we nearly got one highlight as it comes in now. Banfield. Gave away a free kick. Oh, that was a good attempt, and he's been a good player too, and it would have been a good reward for a good solid game. As Burrell now showed a bit of class, kicks the ball inside forward 50, but the kick couldn't quite find the target. He was looking for Kalopi, and getting down and taking it strongly was Burgess, who's hurt his foot, had to give the handball away to Willoughby. Keep an eye on Burgess as Willoughby goes out wide, looking for Smythe. Couldn't quite trap it, but has another opportunity here and might go off the ground. Couldn't do so, though, because Pollock was there and then did a rugby throw through his legs. Picked up by Naylor. Handball back to Healy Rotherham, who squares it up, but just poked it up in the end, making it real hard for his teammates. But there was Smythe. Picked it up now. Kicks the ball inside forward 50, and the man, Banfield, takes the mark. Decent run up he's got here.
His stature doesn't say he can kick this distance.
No, that's right.
I'm happy to be disproven though. Come on.
Banfield
goes
goalward and pushes it to the right-hand side. So minor score 4-4-28 to 10-17-77.
Had plenty of distance on it though, didn't he? I'd like to take my words back. Like me, he's thin in stature but very powerful.
Self-recommendation there.
Guessing he doesn't have as long a drive home as you do, though. Sure, it was worth the 4 hours in the car today, Tyson, as it comes out now on the right boot. I do. In the middle, I like this play. Here we go. He gets it back with the 1-2. Inside forward 50, he goes. They've let themselves down here. It was direct play, dropping the mark. Blackburn, who might have just received a free kick for after that, and now it's instead of... Eventually, Blackburn. So he's a bit lucky there because he dropped what he really should have taken. It was a little bit Tiggy Touchwood to receive the free kick, hence the frustration of the surrounding players. Blackburn's going to have a ping. He'll kick from just inside the 50. Comes in now. Well, he gave it everything he got, which was not enough, and it went over the boundary line and out of bounds. Didn't carry, so the worst result for Surrey Park here.
Any further left, it would have hit that Chen, I think.
Throws it in. Little flick by Pierce Schmidt. Late inclusion today. Fresh air shot that time by Naylor. Got brought down. Kolopi just bounced up. Cork in the Ocean Styles. And his kicker was going to go out of bounds, but sat up nicely for Willoughby. Got it away to Healy Rotherham, who poked it. And Mitch Wilkinson. Their top 5 players today, Forest Hill, have been really good, to be honest. Had a lot of the football. They're just that avenue to goal and just trying to break that half backline defence from Surrey Park. Almost impossible. Nelson Payne kicked a goal. And a behind today. He's got the ball wing position. A real up and under kick, so the Flyers have got to come. And they certainly did. Banfield got the handball away. Surrey, though, they've got the kick up towards the wing position. Trying to trap it that time there was Pollock. Pollock just almost threw it away that time. Spinning on a throop there was Kennedy. Handball over the top. It's going to bounce favourably, you would think here. But Snibson bounced away from him, and now Forest Hill can go through the middle of the ground. Running. Buxton chipped it over the top. Gets it to Stoneham. Stoneham goes out towards the Casey direction, who looks a bit proppy, Casey. He's really struggling, Casey. Really struggling. He collapsed almost at the end there. Almost taking the mark of the year. I think it's taken it out of him, as the mark's been taken now by Snibson. In the middle of the ground he goes. Kennedy on the right boot sends the ball towards the Kolopi direction. He got one hand on it, then recovered. Got the handball back. Anderson snaps towards the top of the goal square, but to no avail because Mark Parent takes the mark. Last line of defence. Chip kick on, Willoughby. Just got a little bit extra there from his opponent in Anderson. 77 plays 28. Some big winners today. And them being the Knox Football Club on their 50th year celebration weekend over Mulgrave. North Ringwood have beaten Blackburn. Sensational effort there. Croydon, really tight game against Bayswater by 2 points. Now, chance for Buxton on the right boot. Forest Hill in the middle of the ground. Goes Burgess. Swings around now. Out wide.
They're actually moving the ball quite well for, the first time today.
Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Naylor squeezed to kick in towards the forward pocket, but chopping it off nicely. It's Callum Garvin taking the mark. Let's go to Matt Fodia around the grounds.
All right, here we go. Long run up at this Premier Division ball, and 96 defeated Doncaster 49. Norwood 52 have defeated South Croydon 34 to hold on to their spot in the top 4. Blackburn 55 have lost to North Ringwood 68, meaning the Burners are winless at home since the new rooms have gone up. Noel Park have defeated Berwick to stay in the top 2 by 20 points, and Doncaster East were gallant in defeat to Vermont 70-86. In Division 1, Park Orchards go clear on top, winning by 2 points over East Ringwood 44-42. Mooroolbar consolidate their spot in the top 4, winning 83-69. Mitcham have belted up a gully 103-15 to bring themselves within the finals reckoning. Lourdale and Montrose will begin in about half an hour out at the LSO if you're interested in freezing your nuts off. Bayswater 74 lost to Croydon 76. Bayswater have been good at home in recent times, and Croydon get another win. The Basin lost to Baronia, meaning the Hawks are back in the race 48-37. Ringwood defeated South Belgrave in a dull affair 38-23, meaning they are now 2 games clear on top of the ladder. The Redbacks Templestowe 21 lost to Heathmont 61, which means the Jets might, on percentage, move into second spot on the ladder. And as BWS mentioned, Knox got a third win and second in a row against Mulgrave, 73-53 on their 50th anniversary. In Division 3, Glen Waverley 52 lost to East Burwood 60 despite leading at half-time. Whitehorse 32 have lost to Warrandyte 70. Scoresby and Fair Park kicks off at 6:30. And Ferntree Gully and Waverley Blues is at the moment recorded as a tie, 3:16 to 4:10:34. I'm hesitant to lock that in, given that it had Waverley Blues on 40 before, but at the moment that's what Sports TG is telling me. And in Division 4, Coldstream 237 to Croydon North 7, Nunawading 38 to Sylvan 118, Churnside Park 93 to Kilside 39, and this one, Surrey Park 77 to Forest Hill 28.
Great job there, Matt Bodie, around the grounds this afternoon. It's been a cold and dreary day, and some low scores being played right across the board. We see the big chief, Dyson Baker, arrive in the ground.
There he is, yes. Look at him. Come to see his Forest Hill.
Yeah, I remember seeing Dyson in those Forest Hill colours and
yes.
World's biggest shorts. As a handball from Winter, from the stoppage, comes out. Here's Snipson. Kick goes out towards the wing position. As the siren sounds out here. And that is by Surrey Park today, and let's not take anything away from them, the Panthers, because they had to come here to win today. It was a big challenge for them to take on a season finals contender in Forest Hill, and great win, 77-28. Let's go down boundary side.
I'm here now with David Jensen. David, it was a great game today. What were your thoughts on the game?
I'd imagine it would have been pretty scrappy to watch, pretty ugly. But again, as I said to you, three-quarter time, the defensive side of the game, I think, was a big plus for us.
It was a really good defensive effort by you guys. Who in particular stood out? Was there any player that stood out for you during the game?
I'm really happy with our young guys that are just coming into the side. Sammy Naidoo out in the wing, number one, was really good. The whole back six, I think, did a fantastic job down there. I think Pollock, when he came into the ruck, was a fantastic second ruck and was really good around the ground.
David, enjoy this victory. It's a pretty scrappy victory, but good luck for the rest of the season.
Great stuff there by Josh Ward and Ryan Long. Will good work by Josh to trying to say that it was a great game today, and the senior coach going, well, no, it wasn't.
Well, it was by Surrey Park.
Well, no, he even said himself.
Well, even then, I'm actually writing a match report, and I think if they've got Coldstream next week, if they want to win that, they're going to have to go up a few more gears.
They certainly are, but 4 points is 4 points, and in what was an exciting time to be out here at Surrey Park today. The game didn't live up to expectations, but the home side has got the win, and congratulations to the Surrey Park Football Club. Major goal kicker on the day was Paul Calopi, and everyone else was singles. To Tyson Popplestone, thank you for venturing all the way down from your neck of the woods on the Ballerine, mate. And
always a pleasure.
We'll see you again very soon.
Looking forward to it, boys.
Ray Baird, who's already done a runner. He's frozen and it's bedtime for him. Thank you very much to Raymond. To Ryan Long and Josh Ward on the boundary. Great job by those boys. Damien Watson, who's at the SEN studios now to get ready for his next program on the Racing Channel. To Leroy Green from LKM Productions, and of course Bruce Ward from LKM Media, I should say. And Bruce Ward, he's the Colonel from Doncaster East. And Bruce Prest from the Loft Productions. We're frozen. We're done. We're out. Stay tuned tomorrow morning for EFNL Sunday.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join.
All right, thanks for that, guys. Really good stuff today.
Jones with the latest.